Engagement Advisory Board meeting. My name is Mary Kate Cruz Jones, and I am the Chief of Strategic Initiatives and Partnerships. Today at our advisory board meeting, we are here in person at 400 R Street in Sacramento in our first floor hearing room. Thank you so much to the members. There are a lot of folks in this room with us today, and as well as folks that have joined us virtually as well. Thank you so much. Next slide, please. We're going to talk a little bit about translation services. So I wanted to make a quick note about the services that we'll be offering. To listen to comments given in Spanish, please select the globe icon at the bottom of the screen that says interpretation, then select language interpretation, audio, and your language, such as Spanish, since we are only offering Spanish today. You will hear the live rendering and the comments in Spanish. So now what we're going to do is we're going to hear this piece in Spanish, and I'd love to turn it over, if we could change slides, please. And then I'd love to turn it over to Jeanette. Thank you so much.
Thank you. En este momento estamos dando introducción y explicación de cómo accesar a la interpretación en español. Tenemos servicios disponibles para esta reunión que se está realizando y se está transmitiendo en vivo por Zoom. Para escuchar los comentarios o preguntas en español, seleccione el icono del globo en la parte inferior de la pantalla que dice interpretación. Luego seleccione el lenguaje interpretación o audio y su idioma español. Así escuchará en directo los comentarios en español. Back to you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. So new room, new experiences. What just happened was Jeanette just voiced that over in Spanish for the folks that are with us virtually. So before we dig into today's work, I'd like to take what's in front of us. In total, there are 19 agenda items, so we do have an action-packed day. As a reminder, our agenda is posted on the C2C website, and it notes the agenda items that we will be accepting public comment on. Today, members will be voting on 2 agenda items, and we will open it up for member dialogue on a total of 12 items. In total, there will be 4 opportunities for the public to engage with our advisory board members. If you're a member of the public joining us here in Sacramento and you'd like to fill out a speaker slip, please feel free to give that speaker slip to Stephanie Gutierrez Valdez, and I'll give her a moment to identify herself. She's on the left side of the room. Thank you very much. Just as a quick note, speaker slips are voluntary. They do not have to be done, but it is helpful for us to best identify that person in the audience when comes time for public comment. We also have folks that are joining us via Zoom, and you all might want to make a comment. So please raise your hand to signal if you would like to make a comment. We'll first take comments here in Sacramento, and then we're going to open it up to our folks on Zoom. Although we only allot 2 minutes per public comment, if we have more than 10 folks that would like to comment on a single agenda item, we will reduce the speaking time to 1 minute to accommodate all the speakers. As I mentioned, we have a very full agenda today and hope to wrap up around 3:30 p.m. We anticipate taking a 45-minute lunch break around 12:35 p.m. and then 2 5-minute breaks roughly around 11:25 and then one in the afternoon around 2:25. But we'll see what the day holds for us. Before I call this meeting to order, just a few quick reminders. I ask that all members of the advisory board and the public please turn their phones to silent. I think I was the person that just dinged a few seconds ago, so thank you all for your cooperation in this. Additionally, members of the public may notice advisory board members accessing their laptops, phones, or other devices during the meeting. They're using these devices to access the materials in an electronic format. I ask that when members of the advisory board offer comment, that they please share their name, also that we project as loud as we possibly can and speak as slowly as we possibly can, just for translation services. If anybody chooses to leave during the meeting, we do have doors in the back. That's going to be a little loud. So please just try and close the door as quietly as possible behind you for, again, accessibility purposes. Camera angles can be a little bit tricky. So, please feel free to, again, speak as loudly as possible and use your name. That would be very helpful for folks at home. The last announcement here is we will be running this meeting according to Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act as required by law. So what I'd like to do at this time is call this meeting to order at 10:11 a.m. and I will be doing a roll call. Michelle Chang, Member Chang?
Present.
Present, thank you. Member Curry Nunez? Present. Member Gamboa?
Present.
Member Gottlieb?
Present.
Member Khosravi?
Present.
Member Jediditis? Present. Member Largo? Present. Member Lopez? Present. Member Lopez Valdez? Member Leverin? Thank you.
Present.
Member Montes?
Present.
Member Navarez? Present. Member Nguyen? Present. Member Rodriguez? Present. Member Takagi? Present. Member Vivero Swalton? Present. Thank you. We have a quorum. With a quorum present, I'd love to move on to agenda item 2, the swearing in of advisory board members, Khosravi and Lopez. So if folks remember at the September 12, 2023 Community Engagement Advisory Board meeting, 4 of our 5 new Community Engagement Advisory Board members were sworn into their new role. Unfortunately, at that time, Member Lopez was not able to join us, but she is with us today. So she is one person that will be sworn in. In addition, since our last meeting in September, Member Christopher J. Nellum was appointed as a governing board member. And as a result of that vacancy, we now have Member Khosravi, who has joined us, he's accepted this position. So today we'd like to take this opportunity to welcome these 2 members to the Community Engagement Board. And I'd love Executive Director Marianne Bates to swear them both in. So please join our Executive Director at this table here for the swearing in ceremony. Let's stand here and we're actually going to face this canvas. All right, I'm going to read the oath and you'll repeat after me. At the beginning, you're going to state your name. Maybe you can state your name first, so we can hear the audio well. So with that, please raise your right hand. I state your name. I, Karina Lopez, do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California, that I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter. Congratulations. I love it. Thank you. Yes. Okay, thank you so much. Welcome, welcome. And to officially welcome these new members, can you please join me in a round of applause? So now what I would like to do is I'd like to pass it over to our new member Clisravi, to please introduce yourself to us and the public. Thank you.
Thank you so much. This is the English wasn't work, so I have to let folks know. First, my name is Marshawn Ostrani. I am honored to be joining you all today and being able to join you all moving forward and participate in the incredible work that this body and the entirety of the credit system working to accomplish. A little about my background. I come as a first generation immigrant, Iranian descent. So on that note, happy Persian New Year as well. My work background, I work currently as the California Policy Director for US Fire, where we work on education equity, access, and especially making sure that we have an affordable and accessible pathway for all students in California. So as we move forward, I look forward to continuing to support this body's work in reaching out to our communities to make sure that our data systems are informed by the voices of those who we serve and we aim to represent. Thank you very much, and looking forward to this engagement.
Thank you very much. And now I'd like to turn it over to Member Lopez. Please feel free to introduce yourself.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Karina Lopez. I'm also honored to be on today and part of this community work. I work at Thompson College. I'm a practitioner, counselor, for a program called POPS Care and Mensa. So I serve the most vulnerable students on our campus, specifically first generation, low income, single parents, and foster. I've been doing this work for close to 10 years now. I work at various community colleges throughout Southern California. So I'm very passionate about my work. I also identify as first generation. I grew up in came from an immigrant family. I grew up in the inner city. So I'm very passionate about the work that we're going to be doing here together. And I'm really able for this opportunity.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. And just another warm welcome for our members. We're so excited about the wealth of experience and knowledge that you bring to our advisory board. We're so grateful for your insight and participation with us here today. For more information about these two members, including their biography and their dates, as well as all of our other members, term dates, I should clarify, please feel free to visit our Cradle-to-Career website. And thank you very much to our engagement team for getting all of this wonderful information up about our members. I would encourage everyone to go there. So I would now like to transition to agenda item 3, which is our first item up for vote today. It's the approval of the September 12th meeting minutes. If I could please ask members at this time, are there any corrections or additions to the meeting minutes? Seeing and hearing none, we can open it up for a motion. Is there a member that would like to make a motion to approve? And if we could get to the next slide, please. These meeting minutes.
I'm looking to approve the December 12th meeting minutes.
I have a motion for member Gottlieb. Do I have a second? I'll second. Member Takagi. I have a second from member Takagi. With the motion and a second, let's pause for public comment. So, I do not see any folks in the room at this time that would like to give public comment. What we'll do is we can transition to our, attendees, that are with us virtually. So if there's anybody on this that would like to comment on this agenda item, please feel free to raise your hand at this time. I'm not seeing any hands raised, but we'll just pause for another moment. Seeing no hands raised, I'm happy to close this agenda item, and we will now open it up for a vote. Member Chang.
Aye.
Yes. Member Curry Nunez. Aye. Member Gamboa.
Aye.
Member Gottlieb.
Aye.
Member Kozravi.
Abstain.
Member Jediditis. Abstain. Member Largo. Abstain. Member Lopez. Abstain. Member Lopez Valdez. Member Loveren.
Aye. Aye.
Member Montes.
Aye.
Member Navarez. Aye. Member Nguyen. Aye. Member Rodriguez.
Aye.
Member Takagi. Aye. Member Viveras Walton. Aye. Eleven ayes, the motion takes it, and for the record, we have 4 abstentions. The motion passes. Thank you very much. We will now be moving on to agenda item 4, which is the presentation on and discussion of the P20W dataset and connection to the proposal process. I would like to pass it off to Mary Ann Bates, our Executive Director, to present this item. If you're a member of the public following us along, as a reminder, we do have a companion piece staff material that you can find on the C2C website. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary Kate. This item is to give you context on the data we received in October, the data we're receiving right now in the month of March, and some changes that the governing board took action on at their February 28th meeting. So later today, I'm going to give my regular executive director update. This is just focused on the P20W data set that we're collaboratively building with our data providers to make sure that you have the context and you're up to speed on the data that we're receiving. So big picture context, if we can go to the next slide, please. Both of the advisory boards, so both you and your counterparts in the Data and Tools Advisory Board met in the fall, and you advanced recommendations to the feasibility study stage. That's what our office has been working on with you over the past few months. The Data and Tools Advisory Board met earlier this month, and you're meeting today to decide what to bring to the government. So that's kind of the big picture context that we're operating within. I thought it would be helpful before we dive into your recommendations to just give you more context on where we are with the data sets and the data that's coming so that you're completely up to speed on that. Just a reflection and kind of a gratitude to you. This first round of providing recommendations and the work that you're doing as an advisory board is happening at an early stage of the Cradle-to-Career work. We have not yet released any analytical data tools to the public, right? This was the first round of going through the recommendation process for your board. So I just wanted to reflect on that and give you a big thank you, because I know that anytime you're going through a process for the first time, there are wrinkles to iron out, there are experiences where we're learning from you, and we're learning together on how this process can go smoothly in the future and how we can make it most useful. So I just wanted to thank you for that. This is also happening in the context of feedback that you gave and that we heard from the public about how the recommendation process can be improved. So we'll be talking about that more a bit later on the specific changes that were made to the governance manual in February as well by the governing board and in response to some of the feedback that you had shared and that members of the public had shared. We can go to the next slide, please. So at the February 28th governing board meeting, we gave an update on what data points we received in October. So remember, October of last year, we celebrated the very first data submission from 8 of our partners who were scheduled to provide data to us. This was a major milestone in the build of the data system, and we're really grateful for all of the work that our partners did leading up to that. What we're doing now is walking through a resource which gives you some transparency on which data points we got in October, which ones are planned for the future, and which ones needed to be changed in the list. So there's the staff memo for the governing board's agenda item 13 from the February 28th meeting that you all have digitally, and it has an updated appendix detailing what was and was not received. So we have that what's in the appendix to that staff memo is an updated version of a PDF that's been live on our website for a while that shows which data points we're receiving from each provider. Moving forward, as we receive data, we'll continually update that so that you know, here's what's already in the data set, here's what's planned for the future. So the staff memo details that in the appendix, and then the governing board took action to add and remove some data points at the February 28th meeting. The governing board also asked our office to work with data providers to get more context on a couple of the data. So I'll walk through that now piece by piece. We can go to the next slide. All right, so these are the motions as they were organized. So there were a number of data points that were in the first motion for the governing board. Those were additional data points that were added, or ones where the entity submitting the data point switched. I'll talk more about that in a moment. Motion 2 was about data points that were not received in October and that we're not expecting to receive in the future. And so that was about removing those data points from the list of P20 that we labeled data points. And then there were some informational notes. So these were not for any action. It was just noting data points that weren't received in October, but are either planned for future submission or ones where we need to do some problem solving or creative thinking with our data providers to find options to get information. Next slide, please. All right, so first we're going to dive into the data points that were either added or moved from one provider to another. Next slide. So first we have a number of data points that were added from the Department of Social Services. So they were able to provide additional data points that had not been on their list already. So they'll be moving forward, providing us with sex and gender, race, ethnicity, and child with a disability, including IUP status. So that's from the Department of Social Services. Next slide. There were a number of data points that had originally been on the Department of Healthcare Services list that we will now instead receive from the Department of Social Services. Both of those are under the CalHHS agency, and so we worked across both departments to make this change. So specifically, that's the data points on foster youth status and early learning and care primary language. So we did not receive those from DHCS in October, but expect to receive them from DSS moving forward. So that's essentially just moving the X from one column to the other in that appendix. So those were the ones that were either additions or a switching of the entity who's providing it for us. Next slide, please. There were a number of data points to be removed from the data set. Next slide. So specifically, in two cases, both the California Student Aid Commission and the Department of Healthcare Services do not collect the data points on lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender status or LGBT status. So those are data points that were removed from the data set and removed from CSAC and DHCS list.
So one thing to note, currently, the California Community Colleges is the only entity that provides data on LGBT status for the P20W data set. There was a discussion of this at the board meeting, and member has requested that this be discussed in the future, including with the other higher education segments, some of whose data collection on this may have evolved since the planning process which kicked off in 2019. The next data point is for CSAC, for the Student Aid Commission. They noted that they received their race and ethnicity data directly from CDE, from the Department of Education. CDE already shares that same data point with Cradle-to-Career. And so what this is doing is clarifying that CSAC is not going to request permission to then again share that same data point with us. We'll just continue to get that directly from CDE. And to provide clarity on where the data point is coming from, we're removing this data point from CSAC's list. But it doesn't change fundamentally within the data set. So this is about tidying that up. So just for further context here, as I mentioned, the P20W data set already includes race and ethnicity from CDE. We additionally receive that same information from the community colleges, from the California State University, from the University of California, and now from Department of Healthcare Services, and now also the Department of Social. Okay, so those are the two data points that were removed from the P20W data set. There were additional data points that CDE noted we cannot disclose as well. So one is about standardized exam scores. So this is IB, International Baccalaureate, AP, Advanced Placement, and then the ACT and SAT. So CDE noted that it cannot disclose those data points to us, but that we, as an office, could work to obtain the data directly from the entities that administer the exams. So for context, during the planning process, CDE had clarified that this information could only be shared if an additional data sharing agreement were secured with the entities that administer the exams. And the staff memo includes a bit more information on that. And what we're doing right now is the office is working to submit inquiries to these three entities, so to the College Board, ACT, and IB, to explore if it's possible for us to get the data into the P20W data set directly, as opposed to via CDE. So that is an ongoing to do for our office work. There was another data point called parental education level. And the context that we learned from CDE on this one, which you have in your staff memo, is that CDE is also providing a socioeconomic status, or SES, indicator to the P20W data system. And this is calculated by combining several data points, including parental education level, and whether students are receiving or are eligible for free and reduced price meals. CDE noted that if the parental education level is not reflected, it could inadvertently disclose whether students are receiving or are eligible for free and reduced price meals. And CDE states that it's prohibited by federal statute, and the specifics of that are in the memo, from providing that data on students for purposes other than providing students with school breakfast or lunch without parental consent. So this is something where the board asked us to come back to them at a future meeting with more information. So we're working with CDE and some members of our Data Tools Advisory Board on that right now. The context that I can share from the staff memo is that the P20W data set includes parental education information from the public higher education segments. Absent data from CDE, however, information would not be available on parental education level for students who did not enter post-secondary education. Furthermore, the new FAFSA might change the kinds of parental education information that CSAC is able to provide. And member Malduff actually provided an update in the meeting, so it's an update to what's in the staff memo we're looking at. She shared that the Student Aid Commission expects they'll continue to be able to provide parental education information, but it will look a bit different under the FAFSA. There are a lot of moving parts on that, so we continue to learn with the Student Aid Commission and with all of you about the new FAFSA.
So given this context, removing parental education level from the data points submitted would leave a gap in the information available in the P20W data set. And so we're working together with CPE to explore the options around this further and expect to discuss this in the future. Can I ask a question? No.
Yes, I think let's hold all questions and comments until that time, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a few more slides. We'll get started. So those were all of the ones where there was a potential action. If we can go to the next slide, there were a few informational changes that just wanted to bring to your attention as well. There were 2 data points from the Department of Education that we did not receive in October, but are planned for future submission due to changes in how the data and file structure as a result of statute changes. That's early education and care data. We heard a presentation at the February 28th board meeting from the Department of Social Services. We're building out ESIDS, the Early Childhood Information Data System, and both ESIDS, both DSS and CDE are doing work on early education and care data. So just wanted to provide clarity. The Cradle-to-Career data system right now is the K through career data system. We have not received any early learning and care data, but it is planned for future submissions, and both CDE and DSS are working on that domain and their respective data. The second point here is average class size by grade. CDE noted that new legislation will change the file structure and that this data point should be postponed for now. And this is related to Senate Bill 872. And there's more details on that section as well. Next slide. All right, there are a couple of data points that will need to be submitted by a data provider in the future, and where we're working on identifying options with the data provider. So one of this is homelessness status. The data is currently still on the Department of Health Care Services list. They clarified for us that we do not have a validated flag for homelessness, and we're working with our colleagues at CalHHS to look for alternate sources of this information, both within the CalHHS family and potentially beyond. So we're working on exploring options there. The ability to disaggregate data visualizations by homelessness status was an important priority documented in the planning process when the data dashboards were planned. The P20W data set contains homelessness information from CDE, the community colleges, and the Student Aid Commission. Absent information from the Department of Health Care Services, information would not be available for students who do not enroll in post-secondary after high school. So we're exploring options with the CalHHS on that and expect to report back in the future. There was one other data point: post-secondary students receiving disability services. DHCS noted they do not collect post-secondary status of students receiving disability services, and so we're working with them on alternate sources for the information. We'll return back with more information on that in the future. Next slide. So the actions that the governing board took on February 28th, the first motion was to approve the addition of the data points that were new and moving data points from one data provider to another. Motion 2 was to approve the data points that would be removed from the P20W data set, with the exception of the standardized exam scores and parental education level. Again, the office to continue to work with data providers and bring this back for further discussion with the future governing board. Next slide. Okay, one more thought, big picture thought before we open this up for member discussion. I wanted to flag that there are a number of additional data domains that we have on our list and in our 5-year timeline for expansions of the P20W data set. So those were identified in their plans. Some of the upcoming domains I've listed here on the slide. So I already mentioned early learning and care as an important one that we have not yet received, but plan to in the future with our partners. Another domain is the non-public higher education, so nonprofit and for-profit higher education institutions. We're working to develop a collaboration with the National Student Clearinghouse right now in a partnership with the ICU to bring in data so that we have a more complete picture of higher education in the state. And then 2 additional domains that are in our 5-year timeline are more information on workforce, including adult education, and health and human services.
So for each of those, I wanted to highlight that we expect to rely on a process similar to the one that was used during the planning process. And the key to that, which is why I put it in bold here, is to start with the priority questions that most need to be answered. So as you might recall, the 2019 legislation that launched the planning process, the Cradle-to-Career data system, identified 6 domains of priority for the data system. So similarly, starting with the priority questions, then looking for feasible and valid data options and doing that collaboratively with our data providers, with our boards, and with public input. So that's the big picture of where we are. Thank you so much. So just a quick update. We've been told by our engagement team that it's more helpful if members project than using the gooseneck. It just comes out a little bit better for our folks at home. So just one more reminder that thank you all for your participation in this. So thank you, Marianne Bates, for that presentation. Now we'll open it up for member questions or comments. Member Juditis had planted that seed early on, so we can start with you.
Thank you so much. Nancy Juditis, I was just wondering about the point where you talked about race and ethnicity that comes from the CDP. I wasn't sure how older students factor into that if they don't come from the CDP, and I wasn't sure that I captured that you mentioned we are getting those also from the post-secondary institutions or not. Unfortunately.
Double check my notes to make sure I don't miss. Yes, you are correct. So in addition to getting race and ethnicity information from the Department of Education, we are also receiving that from the community colleges, from CSU, and from VC. Thank you. And the Department of Healthcare Services and Department of Social Services.
Thank you. I have another question, please, which is when I was looking at, and I apologize if I missed this at the last meeting where I wasn't present, but I know there were questions about the financial aid information that was going to be coming in. And I see that there's nothing listed for the CSU or the UC, and that there's actually key areas that are not listed for the CCC, such as financial aid dependency, PFC, income, and such. So those feel like very important points to be able to determine eligibility for financial aid as well as financial aid completion. And I'm wondering if there was something settled about that, because I know that the CSU was going to look into the restrictions that might be there based on their understanding of the protection of financial aid data, but that I would just love to get an update on that.
Thank you for that. I expect that we'll be able to provide more updates on that later this year, but since we left this back, we had a number of to-dos. One is that we sought clarity from the Federal Department of Education on this. We have not heard back. And this is an ongoing conversation. You're right that currently the planned dashboards on financial aid, affordability, and debt for a complete picture on that would require data not only from the Student Aid Commission on the data points that you see for that, but also from community colleges and UC and CSU. So that's an ongoing conversation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Member Kozravi?
Thank you. This is Asha Masravi. Just following up on Nancy's question, I'm also curious to see the data points on the independence specifically. I noticed on one of the slides, it's like 3, I think, on the data slide, that the full major, the third major is one that had an X for independence. I was wondering if there's any reasoning that they share and provided for why they can't share that data, and what's the reasoning there?
So for the end, I think you're asking about the independent colleges and universities?
Yes.
Okay. For that one, I think big picture, I would just say that our ability to get data from the non-public universities is very different from the process we use for the UC, CSU, and community colleges. And it's going to be dependent on what information the National Student Clearinghouse is able to share and the partnerships with individual institutions to give permission. So I would think of the summary document for the column for the independent universities as being what is planned and intended. And once we're able to finalize the partnership with the National Student Clearinghouse, we can provide an update on what data points we expect we'll be able to receive directly on that.
Can I follow up? Sorry. Like, so the plan makes sense. There's one that has a no, we will not be received. So that was the only one that I was. There's.
I'd be happy for our office to look into that.
Yeah.
And give more detail.
Member Rodriguez, the one question I have, and I had last time, so we have the foster youth on there, but why aren't we capturing our homeless students data also? Or is that a possibility to capture?
Are you asking about a specific data?
In this, well, it will be CVE, but in this data set, I don't see anything about our homeless student population. Is it in there? Oh, I'm sorry, I missed it, that's why. CVE is planned, right? The for early yet, okay, never mind, that's my fault, I missed it. All my little tiny, I apologize.
Yeah, it's a very long document with very small parts.
I haven't got like two questions. The first is also about student characteristics. One group of non-parenting students. I'm curious if that, I'm curious if that, maybe I'm missing it too. But is that planned or potentiality in the future? Would be first question.
I'd be happy to get back to you on that one.
I know AB 2881 has provided the ability to capture better data on parenting students in the state, so it might be an opportunity to use that data when it starts coming. My second question is about one of the new metrics that how it was referenced as average class sizes. I was curious about the how those will be broken out, if it's like a regionality across grade level districts, or if it's going to be broader than that. It's really very different between LA and Sacramento and so on.
Our office would be happy to flag that section for CVE.
Sure.
And perhaps that would make a list of things that you're curious about and seek to get more.
Oh, I have so many things I'm curious about. Let's do it.
Thank you. On that note, I think we'll do one more comment and then wrap up this agenda.
Hi, Member Navarez. I'm just a little curious. I know that California has a fantastic prison industry, where our individuals who are incarcerated are receiving apprenticeships or certificates in multiple trades. And I'm wondering if, I don't know if that information goes into CVE in any way or how we're capturing that. I just was with someone yesterday and they were showing me that there's diploma from, so I think K through 12, as well as looking at any career certificate. I'm wondering if we're capturing that in a way. I don't see that we are.
Happy to look into that to see if that's included already and get back to you.
If not, maybe like how PIA, get as a data provider to capture that information.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, members. So we'll wrap up agenda item 4 and we'll move on to agenda item 5, which is discussion of the feasibility study. So how we're going to do this is I'm going to invite Ryan Estriato, our Director of Data Programs, to be our presenter. He'll walk us through the feasibility study findings, and then after he wraps up his presentation, we'll kind of get to the next part of this activity, where he'll lead us through an exercise. So folks joining us along at home, if you'd like to pick up on what we're discussing, this staff report can be found on the C2C website. And Ryan, please take it from here. Sorry, Ryan, one more thought before we get started. We had agendized this as about 50 minutes, so I will be playing the role of timekeeper here. This is a really important topic, so I don't want to rush us, but I do need to keep us on track today. So we're just going to be a little judicious. Okay, brilliant. Thank you, Ryan.
Okay, I'm waiting for this to turn green here anyways. But there you go. Can you hear me okay? Oh. All right, thank you, Mary Kate. Thank you, everybody, for today to talk about this. My name is Director of Data Program, Career, and today I'll be presenting on the findings of the C2C annual study. I would like to refer members to the report that was drafted for this agenda item and is a copy of the feasibility report. And if you are the public and would like to follow along, you'll find the staff report on the C2C website. One reminder, I want to know that for this agenda item you announced titled Member Participation Guide, which will do the second half of my presentation. Please note that the member participation guide is also available on the website for public access. Just quick thumbs up here. Oh. Jalen says turn this off and talk really loud. So I'm warning you right now. I'm gonna go. Okay. Does everybody have the participation guide? Okay, great. Let's continue on here. Really important, the member of America submitting this proposal. Boards, a lot of proposal together, a lot of station before and by it. And so, member Unions, thank you so much. We appreciate it. And now looking forward to dive into it. Feasibility study, of course, study conducted by very own C2C research manager David Lang, and what you'll hear today is a summary of his findings. The feasibility study process that we're working together to gather at the time, as Mary Ann mentioned earlier, in any new process, we discover nuances that we need to address head on, not only in the analysis, but also in the imagination of how the office would implement the ideas. So I'll be sharing the results, and then later during our member discussion, we'll have David available to us to help answer any questions. Okay, so next slide is background. I'm showing this only just to give us some grounding about where we've been, where we are right now. Recall that in the summer, we had a meeting to review the data points, ask questions. We met with the data providers. In the fall, proposals were crafted by both the Data and Tools Advisory Board and also this advisory board. And then during the fall advisory board meetings, we selected the one proposal for this round that would go forward to feasibility study. And here we are now, of course, in spring, where we are reviewing the results. Next slide, please. With what we learned is with every feasibility study, of course, there's a lot of complexity, so we try to work in a way that is productive for us to follow the story. And the way that we read on next year is to organize the proposal into three concepts. You'll see this in the second bullet and its related sub-bullets. The first concept is adding student board members to C2C's governing or advisory boards. The second is the discussion of additional supports for student board members. And the third concept is additional board member composition requirements. Next slide, please. Okay, these are our goals. There's 4 of them. The first is, so by the end of our conversation today, so this presentation, but then also the member conversation, you will have received a presentation summarizing the feasibility study findings. You'll have had the opportunity to discuss with other members. You'll have had the chance to vote on the concepts that you would like to share with the governing board at the May 2024 board meeting. And then finally, you will select an advisory board member, or you will select an advisory board member to present at the May 2024 governing board. Okay, got a few more sort of back. What's that mean? Sorry. Okay, I don't think that was me. Sorry. We've got a couple more background slides, and then we will jump into concept number 1. The next background slide is on the key areas that David looked at when assessing the feasibility of each of these concepts. The first one is cost. includes startup costs, this is the cost both direct costs and associated staff time. And then ongoing costs, which is costs necessary to maintain the proposal. So we're thinking about this in two ways. What would it cost to launch the proposal, and then looking forward into the future, ongoing costs. Next, the final one is compliance. Next slide, please. Broadly speaking, we think of compliance for all of the feasibility studies, but how it applies to the community engagement ones is scope, or our scope, privacy and legal compliance, and then neutrality of the office. So this is an area of focus broadly on statutory requirements. And this part of the conversation is important because it helps the office strike the balance between a meaningful community engagement process and also the promises outlined in the statute and the procedures outlined in the governance. So cost and compliance. Okay, I'm going to go now to the member participant guide, which we referenced earlier. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. I acknowledge that this is a lot of information, and to assist with the presentation, you have a member participant guide to use for this section. I would like to invite you to use it in any way that helps you organize your thoughts. Of course, knowing that in about an hour or so, you'll be having a conversation and will ultimately work on a motion for this item. Okay, so thumbs up if you are still with me. We're about to jump. Okay, well, let's do this. Concept number one. Okay. Concept number one, the idea in the proposal is that undergraduate or high school student board members would provide valuable feedback on things like the practical tools and how the office does outreach. And so this concept is about having at least 2 student members on the governing board or advisory boards. Next slide, please. As you think about crafting motions, you might consider this potential action. So I'll give you a few seconds to take it in. There's a lot of text here. And as you do that, I'll note that for the governing board, the appointing authorities are the Senate, Assembly, and Governor's Office. And that means that the advisory board can make a recommendation on this, but the decision ultimately falls with these appointing authorities. Advisory board, on the other hand, the appointing authority is the governing board. And so that means that the advisory board, this right here, can make a recommendation along with proposed changes to the governance manual. And then that decision will ultimately fall with the governing board. It's important, this will come up a couple of times today, this idea of appointing authorities, and it will drive the way you think about the way the motion should be crafted. Big takeaway here, appointing authorities for governing board and advisory board. Okay, next slide, please, is on cost. Here's what we learned about what it would cost to implement this concept. The office would need to add one position at the staff services manager level. And the thinking behind this is that this staff person's duties would include 3 things. First, modify the recruitment materials to align with the action taken for student board members. The second is to engage in outreach to ensure a sufficient pool of candidates for student board members. And then the third, to provide onboarding, engagement, and technical assistance so that the students can fully participate as members of the board. Okay, so really important point I need to make before we leave this slide, because it's something that will probably come up a few times, and I think we clarify it as much as we can, because it was key to the way we thought about the feasibility of this proposal. And that is that in the report, in this concept 1 section of the report, you'll find the idea presented there is that these seats would need to be allocated from the existing number of board seats. Not addition to, but from the existing number of board seats. And that has to do with the office's maximally stretched resources for complex leadership and strategic support for the already current 53 board members. And so as we look at this and we did the work of imagining what implementation could look like. This is something that came up for us over and over again. And want to state that clearly here as background, that is a constraint that we've identified in the book. And so I'll just chat here with Miriam if you have anything to add there, or if I missed anything on this topic.
Yeah, I agree, and I think the size of the governing board in particular is quite large, and then additionally coming to the advisory board, 53 is a large number relative to our 26 office.
I'm going to say still with the slide. Actually, we'll go to the next slide, please. If you don't mind. That should be the one after that. Channels for student feedback. There you go. Okay, this is a second special note on concept 1. Just something that came up in conversation as we analyze the proposal. Also important to bring up, and that is the idea that if the underlying goal here is to ensure the voices of students influences what the office creates, and it makes sense to think about this proposal in the context of more frequent and varied opportunities for students to share their stories with us. The benefits of student members on the board are clear, of course, but so are the potential limitations if it is the sole strategy for student voice. So on this slide, we have a list of 3 work streams focused on student voice that we ask for you to consider as you think about the feasibility of student members on the board. The first is our annual student experience audit, in which we listen to students and folks who work directly with students to search for themes around the barriers to college, applying for college and financial aid. The legally mandated use of user-centered design techniques as we develop our tools. And then finally, the plans to engage students, among other groups of folks, in targeted focus groups as we develop and design representations. So, big picture, student voice, very much important. Students on board, potentially part of that, and with a view to making this the most effective channel for student input, would have to be a much larger thing, not student numbers on the board. Okay, let's go to concept 2. This is concept 2. The idea here is that student members experience unique costs to be addressed. This concept is about adding support for student board members. The proposal includes examples like support from staff, additional time from the office, stipends, and course credit. So let's talk about this one. On the next slide, as you think about crafting motions, you might consider making a recommendation to the governing board that has specific actions to take related to student support. That'll help make the motion clear and also potential implementation from the office straightforward. Let's talk about cost as the first part of the one. Is what we learned about what it would cost to implement this concept. This goes back to the cost section that we reviewed in concept 1, which is the cost of adding a staff services manager 1 position, which would be significant and also ongoing cost. And then next, compliance. Is what you would need to consider procedurally when imagining the implementation of this concept. 2 things. First, providing additional funds to students beyond existing policy would require a statute change. And then second, this is something we looked into, students' institutions where they attend school may award credit for participation on the board. So this is on the issue of course credit, so that's possible. The institution would have to be their choice, of course. But our finding is that the office itself has no ability to. That's compliance. Finally, we are going to move on to the last one for labs today, concept 3. Okay, this idea for the concept is that the advisory board representation across C2C's whole audience. Concept is about exploring legal factors that come into play when seating student members in specific situations. And examples are parents of young children or students in trades. So just to put that in another way, the ask of this part of the proposal was that were we to require seats for students who have specific life experiences as a way to vary representation on the board. What do we need to consider as procedural and legal guidelines? So, the ask. Okay, so let's have a look at this one. Actions to consider on the next slide, please. Okay, as you think about crafting a motion, you might consider this potential action. Make a recommendation to the governing board along with accompanying proposed changes to the governance manual. And this is the important part. Very strong suggestion to consider the number of seats, the affected boards, and then definitions of parent and student. This last part in particular has some complexity to it. We found it particularly important as we analyze feasibility, that we collectively get clear definitions of parents and students, because that will empower the staff in a situation where we have to implement it, to make the right judgment calls in the spirit of the original proposal. We'll dive into this just a little bit more in a couple of slides, but I wanted to flag that up front. Okay, next slide for concept 3. This is cost for concept 3. Is what we learned about what it will cost to implement this concept. Again, going back to the cost we reviewed in concept 1, which is the cost for adding a staff services manager 1 position to be significant and ongoing cost. And then what I think is as important, particularly nuanced and important part of concept 3 is compliance. Let's take this one just a little slower. There are no material compliance issues, as in there wasn't anything legal preventing specific recruitments, and selection of students with different experiences. So no legal barriers there. But there were some practical issues, which are on the next slide. So there are some practical issues that came up that I feel are really important to highlight here so that you can think carefully about it, because they would affect the application process and the ability to be flexible when assessing which candidates would complement the range of life experience that we have currently on the board and in future years. And so I want to ask you to consider the issue, for example, of how the office would recruit and identify applicants with the life experiences the board is seeking to represent. There would have to be a mechanism in the application process that asks for this information. Again, this goes back to imagining what it would be like for the staff to implement this in a way that is in the spirit of the original proposal. What that means in real life is, if we are looking for a particular life experience we represent on the board, we have to be willing to ask about those on the application process. So you can think about it. I'll give an example here. If we already have parents on the board, what are the specific parenting experience that are different and that require specifically reserving a seat for it? And once we've defined that, how do we then ask applicants if they've had those experiences? Another way of thinking about it is, does the board want to reserve a seat for a specific student experience? Or does the board want applicants to share their wide and varied stories as Californians and then assess who is the best fit based on the current board composition? You know, that's a lot to think about. Talked about it for a long time. It's a way to convey that, but I want to put it here. It will probably come up in the conversation. That's okay. We expect that. It's important. I'm going to close by talking about the lessons learned from the process as a whole. Brings me to the end of the summary of the feasibility study. I want to send a big thanks to Research Manager David Lang for working on this, and also the other folks who gave feedback on it. There's a lot of complexity and nuance, as you might expect, with such important work. It takes a lot of folks to look it over and develop it. Also, importantly, I want to thank you all. This is our first year doing this, and so thank you for, particularly to the member of Trade Unions for submitting the proposal and for being there with us as we develop the process. We're thinking very hard about how to improve. Among other things, we've identified some key areas that you can expect to see changes as we launch the next cycle, which, if you can believe it, is right around the corner. And so we are thinking very hard of There's two things here, just two, there are more, but these are the two I wanted to highlight. Improvements to the proposal process and how we bring more clarity to that. I'll talk about that in a moment. A couple of agenda items away. And then, of course, the big one, ability to draw from ideas submitted by members. Okay, with that, turn it over back to.
Sure, so quick time check here. This is how I see the next 30 minutes playing out. I think we can go, if folks, if they already haven't pulled out, Ryan will lead us through a discussion and we'll talk through the member participant guide. So if it's helpful for folks to get their printout out. I think we take about 20 minutes there, and then that will allow us the last 10 minutes to kind of talk through the motion and a roll call vote. We'll see how this plays out. I'll continue my role as timekeeper, but that's how I envision the next 30 minutes happening. Okay.
So for clarification, Mary Kate, ideally, we arrive at agreement on a motion within the next 30 minutes.
Yes.
Ideally.
And even vote, that would be wonderful.
Even the vote.
Just a clarifying question. So from these three concepts that are provided in potential actions, does that mean the recommendation of the staff is that we pick from these, or a combination of these, or we can make amendments to these and recommend amended versions of these concepts?
Yeah. So good question. The way I would respond to that is the proposal, remember, Unions proposal as a whole, and within that, the three concepts are specifically the ones that we assess feasibility of. We are best equipped to be able to talk about those. Those should be the concepts that if you choose to move forward to the board, it makes sense that there may be some amendments to those in particular as we discuss it. But I would gently suggest not adding additional concepts that we haven't assessed because we have very little information outside of it.
And I would say the grounding question in terms of when we arrive at what the ultimate motion will be, it's what y'all want to advance to the advisory board at the May 1st governing board meeting. That's the anchoring question. With that.
Okay, let's jump in. Oh, another question.
No question, I'm jumping in.
Oh, okay, raise your hand and jump in. Okay, appreciate the enthusiasm. Let's do this. We have a big task, but we're in it together. We can do this. So let's look at, okay, so let me just ask operational question. Are we able to look at the draft motion that we started just as a discussion point? Or do we need to leave it up like this?
So, yeah, we'll go to deliberation in one moment. Sorry, we're toggling back so that we can have our test. So good idea. We'll look at the motion real quick. And then we'll toggle back to deliberation. Thank you.
Okay, so ideally, the motion that you bring to the board is clear enough that they are not interpret the ask correctly and implement it into the current process for board seating. If it's not clear, of course, we run the risk of implementing the idea incorrectly, or in some cases, applying unnecessary judgment calls that put the desired outcome at risk. And so if we can get this nice and clear, it just helps everybody implement the true spirit of this proposal, which is the big idea. So you can have a couple of tools here. You have this draft motion, which is just a starting point. It was our best take on what we have so far. We'll be working off of this. You also have a draft of the application process to help you imagine what this could look like in real life. And so we'll start with this. I'll flag also if we need to change the motion, I'll be taking some notes. Julia Blair will also, and Mary Kate will give some guidance on if we need to make some adjustments. Okay, so I'm just gonna give you a moment. Let's read the motion as it is. Again, our best shot at trying to put something together nice and concise and clear. Take a few seconds, look it over. And now I'm going to open up the discussion by asking, is this a motion that can go forward as is, or do things stick out to you that we need to discuss for possible changes?
Oh, I'm sorry. Member Curry.
Thank you. Member Paredes, first, I just want to thank the CTC office for all their hard work with this feasibility study. And I want to talk about David diving into right history. If I may offer some comments, in order of the three concepts, and I'll try to be as clear as I can. So first, I appreciate the concerns that were brought up. I agree that the student board seats should come from the existing seats as opposed to growing the boards. I recognize there are concerns about the logistical and other challenges, especially for supporting board members who are 12 years of age. So just noting that perhaps it would be helpful for the C2C team, with his permission, of course, to a member of mine. Since he actually had the opportunity to be sworn in. He was under the age of 18. I also know that several of our board members, co-members, invest in promising practices around supporting student leaders that can be tapped to support the build out of an intentional plan, specifically to support student board members. I also recognize that we get specific about the requirements for students to be eligible. That a group submitted a letter to the Secretary's office, I believe yesterday. And I investigated very specific language to consider that language that the California Community Colleges and California State University currently follow. They talk about the requirements for the student leaders. So I do want to thank the Data for All Coalition and Education Trust West for helping me craft some language. Shall I read the specifics of that language for student eligibility now, or do it at a later time?
I'm gonna defer to Mary Kay for process.
Sure, yeah.
Okay. Okay, so the four things that we noted: one, 2 students from the California Community Colleges, California State University, University of California, or an active member of the Association of Independent California Colleges and Universities who have at least freshman year institutions they attend, who remain in good standing as students during the respective periods, and that they should also be appointed for the 3-year terms. So that's the first piece. Second is a student member shall be enrolled at their institution with a minimum of 5 semester units or equivalent. At the time of the appointment and throughout the period of the student member's term or until replacement has been made. So that's the second. The third is a student member can be enrolled at their institution for at least 1 semester or within 6 months before the student member's appointment. And I just wanted to flag that again, acknowledging there's already precedent on this. And then last, for a student member who graduates from the member's college, may serve the remainder of their term. So those are some specific language again for the California Community Colleges and Cal State as we try to get clear on the student who has the potential to be appointed. So that's my last comment on concept 1. May I continue concept 2? So this is, I believe that the recommendation around student incentives was something that received a lot of support at the September meeting from my fellow board members. And I really appreciate the table that was provided showing how other student leaders and other spaces are being compensated. Back to the staff services manager 1 level, I do urge this board to support 1 additional authorized position. I recognize we're in a tough budget year and that such matters must be taken into consideration. However, this role could already start to support our existing student board members. I also urge CAB members to consider how we can budget for equity, even if it does require a statute change. I feel very strongly that if we want to engage students on these boards and have the perspectives of students with intersectional experiences, such as being both BIPOC and both low income, then we need to consider ways to support or fund supports for board members who may face financial difficulties to serve on the board, but would otherwise be strong board members. And students are a group of that, but it's not actually just students. So similarly, these boards can benefit from adult practitioner experiences that could be low income and might find it challenging to serve on the state board. So whether we should consider, I guess, part of what I'm reacting to is we should consider whether or not we're setting in motion an expectation that all 53 board members moving forward will always be able to afford and have the lifestyle and the, financial resources to be on this board. That could be a personal situation. It could also be, I know many of us may have organizations who are supporting our participation, including even paid leads to be able to be here, all day. So for this reason, I encourage us to consider, and it may not make sense in the motion, but I'm putting it out there for board members to react to. But some kind of financial difficulties or financial challenges clause or something so that some additional financial support can be granted to, for example, a student. But again, it may not just be students who face financial challenges to be on state boards. We could leverage then the practice and the research that you all already shared, such as the $100 a day per diem for those members who claimed it. If we continue to meet 3 days a year, that's about $300 investment, which could, add up, I imagine, but I feel safe to assume that board members, students, or adults would not abuse this privilege that we're provided. So I recognize that student board members can't have something different from every other board member. I understand additional financial supports above and beyond what's already listed in statute require statute change. And so I am just glad that if you want to budget for equity, it may be worth it. And I'm ready to move to concept 3. So I do recognize that reserving, for example, a specific parent seat could be challenging. I also recognize several board members across the 53 could be already parents. I don't recall it being asked if we were a parent was on the demographic survey. So I would recommend then that future surveys specifically ask board members identify parents. And if they do, indicate the age ranges of their children, 0 to 5, high school, college. That way, at least you can start to understand if across the 3 boards, we already have that representation. And then related, just thinking of the broad types of intersectionalities we would want to see represented, whether it's a student or adult. It could also mean updating the demographic survey to include questions for us about our experiences with foster care, homelessness, if we were justice involved, and even the colleges we've attended. Like me, for example, I've attended all 3. So I just think that if we want to get to a better understanding of the diversity of our experiences, then we should do that in the demographic survey. And then once you have those questions, they could then feasibly be considered for the applications themselves. So to close, I recognize that the motion also is very explicit about students being 18 years old. And I would just recommend for future discussion, if there's precedent already of high school and middle school students serving on boards, I believe other board members are aware of, for example, high school students being appointed by the governor. So it would be helpful to bring that back up if for today we make a motion that really draws the line around 18-year-olds, but we agree that in the future diversity representation makes sense. Thank you so much for this.
Thank you. Just in terms of post-secondary students, I would be concerned that stipends would impact their financial aid status. In fact, actually be able to lower it in some cases, as some student leaders have experience with their leadership stipends. And then I appreciate Board Member Curry. One of my questions was around upon graduation, would they be able to serve? And that answers my question in terms of supporting it or not. In addition to that, I also support having the possible student members be part of the ongoing process and having them replace existing members. In terms of the actual recommendation language, if I could see it, is it, I'm looking at the board packet, is the presentation here?
It's included, the motion is included in the staff report.
It's in the staff report, okay. On the second No, first time. After the parentheses, at least 18 on the community engagement advisory and or the data influence board, so that it gives us a little bit more flexibility. Because right now, how it reads to me is one or the other, not and. So we could have one in data and one in community engagement. So just the and/or could give us the flexibility to have them serve one on each board. I also have heard about the at least 18, being that some high school students may have the capacity to serve. So I also have a concern about the 18, want to know where that, kind of where we landed, and that's the end of my comment. Thank you.
So let's do member Mizrahi, and then I also had seen member Amanda, so. And then we'll go with member Navarez after that, so. And then member Jediditis after that, so that's line up to the next 4 comments.
Thank you. What I wanted to echo, my colleagues already sharing, so that was the question earlier when I was asking why could we make recommendations. That was right at the top of my mind of what I would like to recommend. Correct me if I'm wrong, maybe my knowledge of legal lingo is not perfect, but I do believe it's common practice to say 18, or if under 18 with parental permission could just be added into the language, so that gets rid of it. And I wouldn't even go, I echo my colleagues' concern about high schoolers, but I would say I've known 17-year-old, 16-year-old college students. I've known brilliant 14-year-old college students. So we should just look into that and add that, and I would make that a motion if that is possible today. But and as far as some of the other notes, I echo member Cornelius's comments on practically everything you shared. I would add to the demographic survey, as a new member, just filled it out. And one of the other pieces that wasn't in there is also disability status information. So that would also be something I would encourage to add. One final piece, which just for my interest, and I will bring this up further in the member updates section as a question that I had as a new member is, what is the outreach strategy of this body, as it's been the case in the past? We've talked about in the recommendation of the staff that everybody needs to contribute in reaching out to students. Well, I agree with that, but I'm curious to see what that strategy is. Do you, for example, as a body, make a concerted effort to reach out to the student association at CS Cal State Student Association, UC Student Association, the Student Center for California Community Colleges, to make sure annually we are engaging with them and presenting at the conferences that they have, or to their boards and such. So once again, possibly not necessarily an action for now, but I'd be curious to see what we can do there. Thank you.
Pulling on my memory bank, I believe would go Chang, you're listed next. And what I need to do now is unmute her.
Hi, everyone. My comment was already made. Thank you. I was just echoing the language on the proposal where it included and or for both advisory boards to be represented by a student.
Okay. Jackie, member Jediditis, member Largo, and then we should probably start to.
I was going to suggest that fairly soon, I'd like a chance to say out loud the way I'm organizing the ideas before that list gets long enough that it is difficult for us collectively to process. So just,
Okay,
Yeah.
do we want to pause? Let's pause to organize.
okay. First, thank you for all the discussion. This is exactly what we need. So the way I am thinking about this is, I believe I'm hearing some suggestions for how we change the motion. I am also hearing suggestions for how we as a staff would implement the idea. And then finally, really important, ideas to consider, but are not necessarily proposed changes for the motion. There are things to talk about later or things for us to keep back on. So I'm going to just read what I've got here. The thing I would like to invite us to focus on are what I believe are the suggested changes to the motion. I think that's priority number one. We're going to hit the target here of doing this together. I think that's got to be the number one thing. We do have these two other categories that are important, so I would like to read them out loud just to make sure that I'm thinking about it in the way that you would like me to. So first thing I heard change to the motion is to be more specific about the number of students, which higher ed segments they attend, some enrollment related requirements, being specific on the term length. And then, I had a question, but let me just stop right there. Does anybody feel like those specific things are not what we talked about in suggested language? I'll read those again, right? So this is being specific about which higher ed segments the students attend, being specific about enrollment requirements, being specific about the 3-year term, and then that captured.
I think you was also about the financial eligibility with the stipend and the contribution to tuition.
Okay. I noted that in the parking lot category, but we can elevate that. That needs to be a thing that's specified in the motion. Julia needs some help with that, but if that's what the group feels like, I can sort of bump that into that area.
Member Chicago speaking, they come up here, you know, member three, you had highlighted portion eligibility, would that need to be changed for dual enrollment students?
Yeah. So if I can weigh in here, I think number one, this is exactly the level of complexity and clarity that we need. That's the first thing, most important thing to say. Number two, I think there's a category of things that should be reflected in the motion broadly to trigger for the staff that we need to be thinking about these things as we develop the process. And then there are very specific things like that I think as in a future where this is a process that we have to build, that we consider that in the building of the process. I'm going to turn to my teammates here to see if I'm maybe not thinking about this correctly, but it feels like that would be something that would not be in the motion itself, but would be in the process. But
This is Marianne. I was looking at Julie to see if she would respond. I agree with that. I think some of the things, for example, that training has said around the specific definition of different higher education segments, which all these things that you've highlighted can be very helpful to define in the application process and have it all written down. I'm not sure all of that needs to be in the specific motion. You might get a very unwieldy motion. Yes. But you could task our office in the office to make sure that that's very carefully defined in the application process so that there's no confusion amongst the public country that would look to apply. The one part I heard, thank you for the flag, I'm speaking louder. The one part I heard about deciding, does it say or, does it say and, or does it say and or? I think that's the part where it would be very helpful to get clarity. Are we talking about 2 students across the 2 advisory boards, 2 students for each advisory board, or and or? So I think that's the part to clarify the motion that I've heard so far, and then the other pieces, my instinct would be to clarify in the application process, but I defer to Julie on the next.
I agree with you. I would recommend that we add to the motion something, and I will work on this language, and designate 2 advisory board members to work with staff to capture the specific recommendations regarding the application. Something like that.
So we think what we should do is we have 3 more comments lined up, and time is not our friend. I just got to say that out loud. So let's continue with the 3 comments, and then maybe what we do is we take a break. But let's see where the 3 comments take us. So Member Navarez, please continue.
Well, we know I can speak quickly, so I will. So I'm gonna go, concept, one. So looking at the question I want to clarify, I believe that the 3-year term limit is not appropriate at this juncture. I think we see too much dynamic change, too many dynamic changes in our educational system. I feel like having a 1-year term limit might actually give us a better perspective of what's actively happening. I think that having a student involved in the board is really important because of the dynamic nature. Our audits are not capturing that. And we will know, like, literally FAFSA is changing every day. And so to have a student who is experiencing that in the moment, I think would be very valuable. I agree with the under 18 for the exact reasons that Tanya was speaking. Dual enrollment, that is extremely huge. We're trying to, impress upon our young people, and that there are roadblocks or hiccups. So I think that that's very important when we're looking at requiring the student board members to have that consideration. Concept 2, additional support. I do believe looking at parent permission, right, that we are going to need additional support. So that, having a conversation, having been a counselor, talking to parents, you need someone who can talk to parents about what their student's going to be, what it's going to look like, to prep them. As well as letters to any schools or jobs that the student may be having to miss, as we were talking about. Also, if we're along the lines of incentives, I do want to lift up the safe feel of civic engagement. That would be a great opportunity for any, a student who is in high school to utilize that, as well as looking at work study. We might be able to coordinate with Calbright to have some kind of work study, so we don't have to go from school to school to school. We do something with, Calbright. And I do believe that, there are can be some financial ramifications potentially for our students. So if we were not able to incentivize them, financially, are there other ways we can do that? And last, concept 3, looking at the additional board member composition. I lived up at what everyone was saying with, taking an accurate evaluation of the current board members, and what are all the facets, all the hats that we wear. And, to see who is maybe meeting some of these needs. I do want to, raise the foster, the homeless, incarcerated, or individuals with disabilities, especially if we're looking at CalAble, which is the new facet where our individuals with disabilities can use these money to hire in. I think we really need to capture that. I, would also say, looking at the assessing our board based on our composition. So maybe once we know who we are, then we might see where we're falling short and having a really strong board. Thank you.
Member Juditas.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to, I'm not sure how this could be factored in, but I think one thing that would be important to consider not only is the base age, but making sure that we have someone who's older. That would also be representing. There's so many students who are older students, returning students, didn't come directly from the K-12 pipeline. I think, I'm not sure how we could incorporate that into either the language or the application process. I also would like to see how it would be possible, and I'm not sure if it can, that given that the community colleges are the largest system and have the largest number of students, how could we ensure that perhaps one of those students would come from the community college system? I don't know if that can be factored into the recommendations, but those are the areas that I think of, wanting to make sure that there is a diverse understanding of the students that we are serving.
Thank you. And Member Larko?
Yes, I apologize. I was not able to make the September meeting. I think this is a fantastic proposal, so I congratulate Member Bree. As it pertains to concept 1, I agree with the concern of the term. I do believe that a 1-year term would be appropriate for our students. I'm wondering, as it pertains to high school students, how we may tap into student academic preparation and educational partnerships that currently exist throughout the state to capture that student experience without necessarily having to recruit a high school student. Because you have the TRIO community, the federal programs, state programs that exist, and as far as I know, in all secondary education that could capture the post-secondary experience both at high school and post-secondary. And I may, because I don't know if Member Rodriguez is going to have an opportunity to say, she mentioned whether we have captured trade school in this. So a note to that. As it pertains to concept 2, we're talking about, we are discussing onboarding 2 students maximum. So I just wonder if that really does require a full-time staff. Especially depending, I guess it would depend on the frequency of recruitment, and you really need a full-time staff member to recruit 2 students. Or can we have, in person, they're over 18 years old, right? Not to say that that's not a feasible recommendation, but maybe work on what the additional tasks would be brought forth to ensure that it does warrant a full-time staff member for recruitment purposes. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, and then maybe I always, in my role, it's all about data literacy. And we know that we have professionals that are not data literate. So I'm concerned when you are recruiting for the data work group, how are we going to ensure that students are data literate and are able to contribute to that advisory board? So this needs to ensure.
And to add on to that quickly in terms of thinking, I had some of the same thoughts about the full-time part, but thinking that it's not just about recruitment, but it's also about the scaffolding that would be needed to continue the
Which is
active
because
engagement.
it needs to be further detailed because those 3 bullets alone does not justify full-time.
So I want to suggest a couple of things. First thing is, I think I detect an easy win here potentially for us. I'd like to tackle that first. And then I'd like to suggest an approach to what I think could be a broader description of what I'm hearing in the motion, with some plans to team up, as Julia suggested, with the advisory board members and staff to get at specifics, knowing that all of that, for a variety of reasons, probably should not be captured in the motion. And one of those reasons being that it can't, if we are that specific in a situation where the situation changes in the future and that memorialized in the governance manual, and the board feels like we need to look at that a little bit differently, then more procedures are come after, right? So that's sort of where I'm coming from with this. So first, but let's put a pin in that for a second. First, easy win. Any objections to changing the language from or to and/or?
We want to pull back up the motion.
Please. Yeah, and I think if I can ask my teammates, please help me if there are ways to not interpret that correctly that I'm missing, please let me know. But it appears to me, and or the way I would read that is you've got currently the proposal is 2 currently existing seats being student seats that we can have 3 scenarios, both of those in community engagement, both of those in data and tools, or 1 in community engagement, 1 in data. I think that's what and or means.
Yes, that's what it means, but it could also, the motion doesn't include that the 2 seats are the existing number of governing so then that may read as adding 2. I just want to be clear that it's the same number of people, or just 2 people. Am I reading it wrong?
To add, to hearing you, recommend to the governing board that 2 existing seats be reserved for current students at least age 18 on the community engagement advisory board and/or on the data and tools advisory board.
Okay, so any objections to revising the motion so it says and or instead of or, and also specifies that these are 2 existing seats and not additional? Any objections to that?
I just wanted, this is member Cardenas, I just wanted to flag that my recollection from what I shared at the prior meeting is that there could be a benefit for students being on the same board because they're able to support each other. And then similarly, the staff that are really supporting 1 set of content. But I am willing to be flexible if it's 1 student on one or the other. I just wanted to flag that that was one
That may be a reason.
intention for having 2 students on the same board.
But I think that that was without having an additional support member, right? That was that conceptualized to have an additional staff member that would be supporting?
I think it's regardless because peer mentorship, for example, it can be very powerful in supporting this. So, but again, it's, I'm, you know,
Any objections to and or? So we're good, great. So we'll work on that revision. Then the other thing I wanted to suggest was speaking broadly to the enrollment requirements. So I'm just going to think out loud here, speaking broadly to the enrollment requirements in the motion with language that suggests that 2 advisory board members will work with the staff to discuss all of the specifics that we talked about here, including the ones discussed at this meeting, right? So I Julie, I'm gonna need your help with this, but I'll do my best at sort of saying what this could look like. And then if there are parts of this that I'm not getting right, I know that my teammates will jump in and help you. So enrollment, specific on enrollment related requirements, including items discussed at the board meeting like financial aid status, with 2 advisory board members to work with the staff to identify the specifics. And then that would include, this part is like my inside voice, that would include specified term length and all of the other things that we talked about today, which may or may not be with motion item. Go ahead.
Can I make 2 notes? One, the 3-year term limit is currently in statute. So we would require statutory change. You could specify an enrollment requirement, and if they were no longer eligible, their backup would become eligible, something like that. But I would just like for the board that you would have to have statutory change the term limit.
So don't we have 1-year member, 2-year members, and 3-year members currently?
only the first.
Oh, only for the first go round? Okay.
Statute, yes, statute specifies
The
the
change.
staggered terms. It didn't change. It said it was intended to have 3-year terms, but in order for it to be staggered, the first,
Okay.
the board will be seated on 2 and 3-year terms.
Perfect.
My other clarifying question is, in listening to what Ryan was saying, would the delegation to advisory board members be able to work with staff to incorporate recommendations into the application questions, or is it broader than that?
I'll say what I think. If I feel, if you feel differently, please say so. But from my point of view, the application process is the key mechanism in which we would get the information that y'all are interested in representing on the board. And therefore, I think if we focused on that, that gives us the right sort of guardrails to be able to finalize a process that gets at this. I think any broader than that, there is a world where then maybe that is useful, but may also take time and lead to more ambiguity. And those are things I'm personally for me, I'm
just wondering, I understand what the application, I'm just wondering with as you were speaking about, where we were recruiting from. So I'm just wondering if there'd be some value to having some of those kind of commentary. So that way, at least as we're doing the application, maybe it might be also we're talking language. Maybe we're talking, if it's an incarcerated youth, how are we actually making this application accessible? And so those are, I don't know, that's another reason.
I think our motion needs to be specific enough that the board is delegating a specific action to the board members. And so if we have, for example, that's not really specific enough. Like we need to have some guardrails on what's being delegated to the two advisors.
Just specific to the language, getting back to the motion, so we can. I wanted to ask a question to member Curry Union. Would you be amenable to striking at least age 18? As the person who made the proposal.
Yeah, no, I would prefer it. I just didn't know if, I know it was recommended for a reason. I would prefer it because otherwise then we have to change it again.
Okay, so I know that the other two sound like there's consensus.
prefer to leave the language of 18 or older in there or strike
Strike
it?
it. But I know there's consensus in the first 2 changes, so I don't know if we want to kind of get that, but I would want to recommend to strike at least age 18.
If that is a motion, I will second it, but it seems like everyone was.
Well, I don't know, that's why I'm just saying.
Don't have a motion yet.
Yeah.
I will help craft the full motion when we're ready.
Yeah.
When you're ready as the body.
I think we heard a under 18, but I don't know if we heard what is their minimum. I think it was spoken like maybe 12 years old, maybe not even that, you know, so is there a, just, yeah, I don't know.
I think that the natural selection process of selection will resolve those concerns. I would just echo, we should just get rid of the age. There is processes in place that can say if folks with parental permission can participate if need be. So we don't need to put it in there. If folks, the body, is okay with it, just, agree with status on it.
There are 17-year-old college students.
14-year-old.
Yeah.
So I think, we have some options in front of us, but we need to start rounding this up, or rounding this out. So, to Julia's point, we do not yet have a motion on the table. For this, we've focused a lot of attention on sentence 1, and I think we're in a good place there. There are also other sentences in front of us. So sentences 2 and 3, I don't know if folks feel comfortable enough with those sentences. And if it's just a matter of striking the at least aged 18. And then what I also believe legal is working on currently is some supplemental motion language to help with some other dialogue that we've been hearing, and the recommendation of 2 members. So reactions to my thought.
That's a clarifying question about sentence 2.
Okay.
Is that okay? One, I do think the additional staff member will be helpful in that supporting budget boundary. If we recommend the governing board to be applying for this position, I imagine that would come from a budgetary request, which I imagine will put us, you know, if we don't do it, may revise, would put us into the next session or so. Is language necessary to confirm that we have a position in place before we start that process, which could put us out a little bit farther?
The way that the request reads is saying seeking additional funding and position authority, that would go through the BCC process. There's no way to start that for this year. It would have to go for next year. And we can't even establish a position without position authority as well as funding authority.
So we're looking at a little bit of time that we can also use to clarify some of these other outstanding questions and application materials and so on.
This is Mary Ann Bates. If I can just add a bit of perspective from the office on this. Looking at this, there's no prohibition on students being sports. There are going to be about 10 new people seated to these boards this summer. There's no reason why the governing board can't choose students to be among those. And part of what we're trying to do is being clear that if you ask specifically for seats to be reserved for students, it's going to take more work on recruitment on our end. If they're younger than 18 students, that will add significant work for our office to make sure we're adequately supporting the students. We're trying to see a lot of the entities that you're using as comparison points that have students under 18 are not, organizations with compensate that. So I just want to say that out loud. That said, I don't think we're, from the office's perspective, that we would say we need to wait until a year and a half from now, which is what the budget cycle would be, to be able to have students continuing to serve on the board. I think what we're trying to say is to fully meet what you're asking for, including being able to support the data literacy students on the board, being able to fully support the participation in a way that fits with the equity-focused, inclusive approach that we're all trying to have. We wanted to be very clear that that would require additional staff effort, and want to make sure that request is there. So that's part of why our recommendation from the staff side and the feasibility study was to start with adult age students, given the reality that we will not be able to have resources in place this summer on this for sure. So that's part of where that was, but that's our perspective. And as you're discussing, the natural process of applications may make it more likely for there to be older students anyway. So just wanted to say those things out loud in case it's helpful.
I don't know if you have a hand over there.
Sure. Member Gamboa, I just wanted to, on sentence number 2, I would say a little more support on, or reflection on that support student sector. What does support really mean? Like, are we taking them because we're asking them for their input and their honest input, or are we asking so that we can tailor them to, for mentorship, for guidance, for professionalism, for something else? And I think that's where the defining part of the staff member is going to really need a lot of support on. So I would ask that for sure.
Okay, this is the plan. We'll take Member Khosravi's comment, and then I want to take a 5-minute break to give us all a moment. And then we can come back, and I believe council has potential, or as staff, we can come together with a potential motion based on this conversation. Please.
Thank you. Member Khosravi, so as someone who just went through the onboarding process, I can say how incredibly long the process was for the staff, and had to go through a whole bunch of things to make it work for me to be ready for this meeting. So I would echo that these 53 board members. There's a lot of people to onboard, and I would think even regardless of this discussion, there is more staffing time and staffing capacity. But so I'll just echo that, and I was actually going to make a motion to move this recommended language with at least 18 be stricken out. So we can pause till after. I don't have to make that motion.
Love it. Wonderful. Okay, so it's 11:57. Adding 5 minutes to that would be 12:02. So I will see you all back at 12:02. We will start back promptly. Thank you. Displayed for you on the screen. I'm going to ask our general counsel to please voice this open for folks.
Okay, so the Community Engagement Advisory Board moves to recommend to the governing board that 2 existing seats be reserved for current students on the Community Engagement Advisory Board and/or the Data and Tools Advisory Board, and to delegate 2 advisory board members to work with staff to incorporate recommendations into application questions, and recommends that the governing board seek additional funding and position authority for staff support to recruit and support student members, and notes for the governing board that the governing board would also benefit from having students represented, but understands that appointments to the governing board are outside the authority of the governing board. So if somebody wants to say so move, that's how a motion will be made right now.
So.
Never mind. So quick point of order, sorry folks, we need to really be using our names. So whomever would like to make this motion, if they could please just announce their name, please, and then make the motion. That would be very helpful.
Member Curry Nunez, the motion is so moved.
Member Khosravi, second. My bad.
Perfect. So Member Curry Nunez moved this motion, and a second from Member Khosravi. Thank you. We'll now open it up for public comment. So I'm seeing no folks at this time here in Sacramento wanting to comment. We can look toward the line. So if there's somebody online on Zoom that would like to make a comment, please feel free to raise your hand at this time. I'm not seeing any hands raised. One just came in. If there's anybody else, please feel free to raise your hand. If we get more than 10 folks, we'll have to reduce time. Okay, I see one hand raised. We'll go with our one public commenter. That's Terrence. I will allow you to talk. You have 2 minutes to speak on this agenda item. One moment, please. I need to get Terry the room. I'm gonna unmute you. Please speak.
Thank you. My name is Terrence Gladney, and I am a parent of two graduates of Sacramento City Unified. It is imperative that you guys do include the student voice. I serve on a number of committees within Sac City Unified, and I've also done multiple levels of PTA engagement, and youth voice is imperative, is necessary. And I believe that students will meet the bar however high you set it. So, lowering the age requirement is a wise choice in my experience. We've had children as young as third and fourth graders that have contributed to things such as our facilities master plan. And they are also stakeholders and educational partners, and obviously they're in their own experience. So I encourage you guys to set the bar high for them and lower the age limit as low as possible, obviously without creating an additional logistical burden unnecessarily on you guys' part. But I do thank you guys for this monumental work. And I know that it will be very, very important in increasing the outcomes for disenfranchised youth. So thank you.
Thank you very much for your public comment. Seeing no other public comments at this time, we can now take it to a vote. So the motion is here in front of us. We have a motion, we have a second, and I will now do the roll call vote. Member Chang?
Aye.
Member Curry Nunez?
Aye.
Member Gamboa?
Aye.
Member Gottlieb?
Aye.
Member Kohl's-Raleigh?
Aye.
Member Jediditis? Aye. Member Largo?
Aye.
Member Lopez? Aye. Member Lopez Valdez? Member Laverne?
Aye.
Member Montes?
Aye.
Member Navarez?
Aye.
Member Nguyen?
Aye.
Member Rodriguez?
Aye.
Member Takagi? Aye. And Member Figueroa Walton? Aye. With 15 ayes, the motion passes. Well, thank you, members, for your very hard work today on this agenda item. What we're going to do next is we're going to take a look at agenda item 6, which is the presentation of changes that were approved at our February 28th governing board meeting, specifically related to that governance manual. So I'll walk you through this now for folks following along at home. As a gentle reminder, there is a companion piece staff report that's available for you on the website. So the first slide here for this presentation reminds us that, well, just to provide some background, the governance manual states that, it needs to remain a living document and that the governing board has the authority to convene committees once per year. So at the November governing board meeting, the governing board designated 5 governing board members, including the board chair, to serve on this governance manual review committee. In total, they had 2 meetings. And we're going to talk through some elements of the charter that was approved. There were 5 specific areas. One talked about member expectations, and that includes you all as a part of those. The next edit talked about the scope of governance and the advisory board processes. The third was the agreement scale in the voting procedure. The fourth was on alignment of timeframes to be more consistent with meeting cadence and structure. And then the last was just correcting typographical errors or, vernacular, as the office has a little bit more time. So today I'm going to be going through a brief summary of those edits, and we'll be looking at those together now. This next slide talks about what was actually approved at the February 28th governing board meeting. It's important to also group this work in the 2 meetings that happened. So the committee first met on December 11th, and then again on January 30th, doing a substantial amount of work in both of those meetings, as well as offline. At the February 28th governing board meeting, in the end, they ended up approving 27 edits, which which sounds simple, but if you look at the red line version, you'll see there was quite a bit of red. There were two major sections of changes, the first one being stylistic, and then the second one being more substantive changes. And I kind of highlighted some of those changes for you, right? Having to do with member expectations, the recommendation process that affects you all. And then lastly, talking about the congruency of the role of this advisory board. Since in two places, I kind of talked about two different things. So that was tightened up as well. This next slide, I just want to walk through some of it. So for advisory board member expectations, well, I already did this over, so we could go to the next slide, please. Okay, now I'm going to dig into these changes a little bit more. I want members to really understand these changes because they affect your lives. So just being one. Okay, perfect. So let's start with Form 700. So Form 700 protocols have been updated to include advisory board members. This is now we're in alignment with the conflict of interest. It's something that y'all did before. It's now just memorialized in a fashion in the governance manual. Tying into this, we also note that there's changes related to training and paperwork requirements. So if y'all remember, you've been getting emails about me saying, hey, this training is due or this paperwork is due. I will continue to be that scrutiny wheel to get everyone in compliance. But just a note there that this has all been officially memorialized. For the Form 700, the next submission is upon us. So this is a quick reminder to you all that by the end of this month, we need it turned in. So just a reminder there. And thank you to you all who have already gotten it in. We do appreciate it. It saves us some emails. Members are also required to complete an ethics training within 6 months of their appointment and then on a semi-annual basis. So just reminding folks of this. And new members, as member Khosravi has just mentioned, as a part of your onboarding process, we have you come in for at least half a day. So you get to hear all about what it means to be a new member. So thank you all for those who have attended that. That is a Department of California Human Resources requirement that we are in compliance with. So this next revision that we're going to talk about here, which is the bag linking requirements, just as a reminder to folks, General Counsel provided us with a presentation at our September advisory board meeting, talking about these upcoming changes to SB 544. As of January 1, 2024, we had to make some changes to bring the governance manual in, to make it congruent with and reflective of those new changes. So nothing new to present there, just standardization of this information. The next slide here is talking about per diem and travel expense claims. So we wanted to provide equity between the governing board and advisory board requirements. So previously, the governance manual had information for the governing board, right? The governing board was allowed to claim per diem and travel expense claims. This is something that the office had offered. We just made it official by adding it to the governance manual. So as a reminder, post-meeting, y'all can submit your forms. We are a state entity, so you do need to complete those forms in order to be compensated to get your travel expense claims reimbursed as well as your per diem. And as a reminder to folks, you can receive up to $200, $100 for the meeting preparation and $100 for member attendance. Another thought here is the communications protocols, which is listed. Just advisory board members have also been included in the office's communication protocols, and it specifies that members, no matter if you're governing board or advisory board, must coordinate with the office in response to any media requests that you get in the Cradle-to-Career capacity. So this revision was made to provide congruence again between our boards. And should any members be contacted by the media, we have two wonderful people in this room to help you out, Shannon Zerato and Angelique Palomar. So thank you so much. And they will be so excited to work with you. Wonderful. So this next slide is kind of this last piece of member expectations. I wanted it to be its own piece just because I think it's really important to highlight here. and to address this change, since it has to do with attendance expectation. So the revised manual says attend all meetings. In the event of an emergency, provide advance notice to the office. If a member misses any meeting outside of emergency circumstances, the office has the authority to ask the member to step down and offer the position to the runner-up that was approved during the selection process. Now, I want to just say, I really thank all members. Look at our participation rate. You know, we have a lot of folks in this room. Folks are stepping up, and we do appreciate this. The governing board is working really hard on member ambassadorship, and attendance is a large part of showing up. So I just want folks to be aware of this. And again, thank you so much for all that you do. So if anybody have any folks, if folks have questions about this, got my words in the wrong order there, please feel free to contact me. Okay, so what I'd like to take a look at next is the congruence of the role versus authority. So there were two parts of the governance manual. The role was mentioned at the very front of the governance manual. I want to say about page 9, but I'm happily corrected if anybody has the governance manual memorized. And then the authority was on page 37. So it's been just revised to bring those two thoughts in line. It was a bit of wordsmithing. It doesn't, you know, substantively change anything, but just wanted to highlight this for folks here. Okay, and then this last thought here is going over the advisory board recommendation process, which starts on the next slide. So this is a graphic that's been added. And just to kind of take a step back, at the September 12th advisory board meeting, we got a lot of input from you all. And we got a lot of input from data and tools as well, and the public. And so the governance manual review committee really did take time to digest all the thoughts that we got back. The chair of the committee also met with 2 members of this advisory board to gather more information. And I would say a lot of what was suggested and amplified has been woven into this new process. It's really important that you all as members understand what this new process means and includes before we embark on agenda item number 7. So just to kind of quickly talk through it, if folks recall from last year, members were the only folks that were allowed to submit proposals. Now, in this year, we're extending this process and we're opening it up earlier in the year. So you all, as public members, could technically submit a proposal for the Data and Tools Advisory Board. Last year, you weren't afforded this opportunity. And this is given for any member of the public. So anybody can submit a proposal in this time. That window will close, and we'll talk more about this later. And then we'll go through the normal summer process with you all as members being allowed to submit any proposals you'd like. There's no cap on that. What I do want to make very clear here is just because we receive proposals from the public, it doesn't mean that those proposals will advance. You all as members will decide what proposals should advance. So if you like something that was proposed by Mary Kate Jones, you could sponsor it, copy pasting it, should you like to, on behalf of the person from the public. Want to just give a quick example there, because I think that that's a nuance that sometimes gets missed, that really the responsibility is on you all to uplift anything you want to. There's also some other parts in here about potentially the formation of an ad hoc committee, meeting, brainstorming time in a public meeting. So these are 2 things that would come up in the summer meeting, and we could talk about this more in agenda item 7. Part of the process that y'all didn't have to live last year because we only had 1 proposal is that pre-meeting survey. So I do want to say this year, should y'all collectively submit 100 proposals, you would need to prioritize those 100 proposals because only 3 can advance to that fall advisory board. So just giving you some things to think about. Okay, what I'd like to do at this time is open it up for any member questions or comments. Wow. Moving it along. Okay, sure.
Oh, I think.
Yeah.
Can I ask about does it have to be about the proposal, or can it be quick one about the governance manual and implementations?
Sure, let's go for it.
Yeah, just a quick one. Does the manual define what are the emergency circumstances?
It does not.
Okay. Okay, yeah, that was double. I have it.
Okay, I have a question. So moving.
Sorry, can we use our names, please?
Yes, Member Rodriguez, moving forward, if there is an emergency situation, will Zoom be an option?
Under the SB 504 rules, there are circumstances in which we can announce that somebody is participating remotely due to exigent circumstances that were not originally noticed. So it's a fact specific case by case, but we will obviously always try to accommodate being able to participate even in the case of emergency.
Awesome, thank you so much.
Wonderful. Okay, perfect. Very helpful. So we can wrap up this agenda item. And what I would like to do is a quick time check. Perfect. So let's do this. Let's move on to agenda item 7 to get another agenda item in, unless it's helpful to move on to agenda item 8. Could we do agenda item 8?
We could do agenda item 8. And then I think after that, we'll do lunch.
Yes.
Out of order.
Out of order. Thank you. So agenda item 8 would mean that we will hear from Marianne Bates, our executive director, on the office update. And I'll let her take it away now. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll just give our colleagues a moment to catch up on the slide deck. This agenda item is an update on the work of our office. I'll just provide a brief update, and I'm organizing this update in the same grouping of our work that you see in the strategic plan, that you see in a 12-month work plan, where we talk about the work of our data infrastructure, engagement, etc. So I'm going to provide a few big picture updates on 4 main areas of our work. Next slide, please. So office operations, first bucket of our work. And this work is led and spearheaded by my colleague Leslie Taylor. Our strategic plan goal that the governing board defined last summer is to establish and operate a new state entity that uses secure, effective, and efficient processes and procedures to earn and keep the trust of data providers and the public. So 2 quick updates here. One, I don't know if you noticed the plywood and plastic on the ground as you walked into this room. It's the most exciting feature of this building from my perspective, because our permanent space for our office is actually under construction right next door here. So our current space is upstairs in the same building where we've been happily occupying space that Census had used previously. And we're really excited about this space because we've designed it all around our public meetings. So we'll have a nice big room for your meetings, the other boards, for our user-centered design work, community meetings, all of that. So we're excited about that. Construction is underway. And I will hesitate to make a specific prediction of when it will be complete and we do that, but hopefully before all too long. The second major update is the growth of the team. So our team has 26 members if we count our retired annuitants and fellows, which we're very excited about. As you may recall, we have 26 authorized positions. So this means that we still have a few positions that we are recruiting for. And I just want to give each of you a thank you, we can go to the next slide, for continuing to highlight the recruitments that we have active, amplify these on social media, encourage specific people to apply if you have those in your network. So highlighting a few active recruitments that are in various stages of recruitment, and we'll continue to keep you posted on that. Also want to highlight that we've had 6 new members join the team just since November. So our team has been rapidly expanding, and just really grateful for all the work that Leslie and colleagues have been doing to spearhead that recruitment. Next slide.
Analytical data. So this is the next major bucket of our work. This is the build of the analytical linked data set. And that's the strategic plan goal, which is to build this linked analytical data set that connects existing state level data on education and job outcomes that will empower decision makers to answer important questions. So I already highlighted some of the exciting updates since you last met as a body, which is that we received our first data submission in October of last year. The current month of March is now our annual submission window. So our data providers are working right now to submit the updated data from the prior school year to us, and then that will happen each March moving forward. As a reminder, we're going to make the information in this data set available to the public in 3 ways. And we're sequencing it in this order, as you can see on the slide. So right now, we're first focused on the dashboards that we're working on, especially the student pathways dashboard, which highlights the transition from high school to post-secondary and links and labor market information so that you can understand whether people are earning living wages. So first, we're focused on this dashboard. Then we'll work on building the query builder. Remember, that's the choose your own adventure tool that will let you generate your own tables on our website using the underlying data at an aggregated level for groups of people. And then third, we're going to build out the data request process for researchers who want to conduct studies with the underlying data, where we will streamline that process that currently already exists, but we'll streamline that for our data partners, the data mix. Next slide, please. Next bucket of work is around practical tools for students. So the strategic plan goal here, remember, is to coordinate with partners to reduce barriers for applying to college and financial aid, and expand the number of students who benefit from these tools by linking real-time information across institutions and communicating about those options to students. So a couple of updates on this, the continued scaling of CCGI with California Colleges at EDU. If you're interested in this, the recording of the February 28th meeting includes a report out from Tessa Carmen-Roy, who's the president of CCGI, on their continued strategy for scaling, including connecting that with the trillible language that's currently publicly available, on the strategy for using student information systems and partnerships with them to bring CCGI to scale. So I encourage you to listen to that presentation if you're interested in learning more. Another recent update that we highlighted in one of our task forces is the development of the California High School Transcript and Student Record Portability Standard. I see we have members who are enthusiastic about this, as they should be. We're really excited because this is a mouthful, but what it essentially means is that it creates a common standard for the digital transmission of high school transcripts that can smooth the ability to move that information across different partners. So this was developed in conjunction with input from CDE and all the higher education segments. We're really excited about that. It is available on the newly launched data standard repository on our website. So if you'd like to see what it is, it is available on the public. Continued coordination between CCGI and the Community College Chancellor's Office for information on dual enrollment students. So lots of exciting progress. One more, there was also an exciting announcement with CSU and CCGI recently on philanthropic funding that's going to make exciting new integrations between the two platforms, including the ability to proactively offer admission to students using the underlying data. So very excited about all of those updates. Next slide, please. Connecting all of these, I wanted to highlight the ongoing public task force that we're running. It started in January, will conclude in June, once a month. We have an e-transcript task force that's meeting, and that's highlighting how these different aspects of the work connect. So big picture, the summary of what we're doing in practical tools is that we're working with our partners in scaling California Colleges at EDU. This task force is focused on developing specific recommendations for revamping e-transcripts California. Remember, that's the platform that the Community Colleges Chancellor's Office has for digital transmission of community college transcripts. So this task force is tackling how that product could be revamped to better serve students and reduce some of the administrative burden that they face in requesting transcripts, especially dual enrollment students
needing their transcripts and students transferring from community colleges between community colleges or support years. So we're working on recommendations to revamp eTranscript California. And then the third aspect of the work, this is also part of the task force's conversations this summer, is imagining a California career passport. So this is something the governor mentioned when he signed the career education executive order last August. And the idea behind this would be to imagine how the state could potentially develop a platform for holding a demonstration of skills that is not limited to a high school or college transcript. So thinking about badges, credentials, and other kinds of things that can support skills-based hiring. So the verbs here are carefully selected, right? California colleges is being scaled. eTranscript, we're pulling together recommendations in partnership with the Chancellor's Office on revamping that. And then the California Career Passport is more of the imagination. So that's the work that we're doing, and recommend you tune in to that task force if you're curious about this work. Engagement. I'm just going to touch on this briefly because you're going to hear directly from my colleagues who are spearheading this work later today, but really just focus on the goal of ensuring that we're engaging with communities to listen and identify their information needs through our user-centered design work and communication, community engagement activities. So I'm not going to go into this in detail because I don't want to steal any of the thunder, but the big picture is we're really trying to make sure we listen first before we build and release tools, and then continue to listen as we realize this. With that, I will conclude my update and welcome any questions or comments. Okay. Please.
I know that Ryan, member Navarro, pardon me. I know that Ryan is going to provide some transcripts today, but I'm wondering if anyone could be slated to be application transfer planner that was discussed in the e-transcript platform.
We could put that on the wish list for the future. I also want to highlight the task force meetings. I believe we have recordings posted on our website. And the last one in particular, I think the last meeting is the one that spoke in most depth on that. I just want to say that out loud because the next meeting, your summer meeting, is going to be the one where you ask questions of data providers, and it's a joint meeting. We'll be pretty slim on extra space for other updates. So for now, really would recommend pointing to that the March instance of the eTranscript Task Force meeting recording, where more about the
Member Montes, I have a question about the career education piece. Are there other aspects this office is supporting that process? I know that tours is starting and going on. Besides the career platform, are there any other aspects this office is supporting when it comes to that executive order?
Thank you for that question. Our specific work on the executive order is this work of the task force. There's an entire separate stream of work that the governor's office is spearheading with regional meetings and engagement around the development of the master plan overall. We actually delayed the launch of this task force so that it would run concurrently with that process and could be integrated and provide support to that. So the timing of the task force and the recommendations of the C2C eTranscript task force coming out in the summer is intended to be able to integrate with the broader master plan process that is being spearheaded by the governor's office.
All right, thank you, members, so much. What I'd like to do at this time is we're going to open it up for our first general public comment window. So we'll open up the line in a second. I'm seeing no folks here in Sacramento wishing to comment on this item. After we take general public comment, we'll adjourn for lunch, but I'll say a piece on that in a moment. So if you are a member of the public that would like to comment generally with us here today, please feel free to raise your hand. I'm not seeing any hands raised at this time, but I'll just give it one quick moment here. Seeing no hands raised, we can close public comment. Okay, so the time is 12:37. There's probably folks in this room that are better at math than I am. But I think roughly at about 1:18 p.m., we can come back. Does that work? Okay, perfect. So if you're on the line tuning in, we'll see you at about 1:18 p.m. And members, please enjoy your full time. Okay, thank you, members, for returning. It is 1:23 p.m. and we will start back up. And what we're gonna do is we should establish a quorum before we get started back here in the meeting. So, Member Chang,
Present.
present, thank you. Member Curry Nunez, present. Member Gamboa,
Present.
Member Gottlieb,
Present.
Member Kos Rabi,
Present.
Member Juditis, present. Member Largo, present. Member Lopez, present. Member Lopez Valdez. Member Leverin,
Present.
Member Montes. Member Navarez, present. Member Nguyen, present. Member Rodriguez, present. Member Takagi, present. And Member Viveras Walton, present. Okay, we have a quorum present. And what we're gonna do now is we're gonna go back in the agenda a little bit. We're gonna move back to agenda item 7, which is taking a look at the advisory board process and specifically attachment A of the staff report provides the form, the community engagement form, and then attachment B provides a rubric. What we're gonna do in the first part of the presentation is, if y'all recall in agenda item 6, we took that big picture look at the new proposal process. Now we're gonna lay into that information and kind of break it down into member responsibilities, milestones, and key dates. That's what we're gonna talk through. When I'm finished with that, I'm gonna pass it over to Ryan. Ryan will talk through kind of some, what the form looks like and the rubric. As a reminder to folks, that rubric you didn't have to lean on last year because we only got 1 proposal, but should we get more than 3 proposals this year, you're gonna lean on that rubric. So that's why that's important. So members have a printout of this, which is the member proposal process. It's broken down by member responsibility. We're gonna lean on this document here. So I recommend that you have it handy. And then just as a reminder, for following along at home, there is a staff report for this agenda item, as well as this member responsibility piece carved out for you on the internet. So brilliant. So let's get started on the next slide. And as I mentioned, we took a look at this graphic already, and we took a look at the revisions that were made, and we're just gonna kind of revisit it again, unpacking the nuances of this process. So in the next slides, you're gonna notice a color coding system. I'm gonna share that with you right now. So orange is the indication of a community engagement advisory board meeting. Green means a milestone, and blue relates to a member deadline. And in agenda item 6, I kind of talked about this concept of an ad hoc committee. Should y'all convene that committee, those items are referred to in purple. So we'll go through this more right now. So what's in front of us is March. This is today's date. So y'all are already starting on the work of the advisory board. Specifically, what we're going to be doing today is kicking off the 2024 proposal process with you all taking a look at that rubric and that form, which is the next activity that we're going to be doing. So we ask for your input and ideas as we want that before the form goes live on our website. The next slide is for June. Oh, April. Skipping ahead a little bit. Okay, so April, this is gonna be when, it's a milestone, right? So it's an indication in brief. So this is when, the community engagement proposal form will go live on the C2C website. So basically, to revise this, y'all will give input today. We'll integrate some of that feedback, and then we'll get it live on the website. Members will know when this is live. The important piece is, once that proposal form is live, any member of the public could start submitting those proposals. And then the link that's listed here, if y'all recall, last year we created a repository. So all the proposals that we got from data and tools and from community engagement are all housed in one place. We're creating a library to have institutional knowledge. So you all as members could even recycle some of those ideas. We'll talk through that a little bit more, a little bit further on in the process. So that's April. Taking a look at the next slide, which is June. What's important in June is the first milestone, which is on the 21st. And that's that the 2024 proposal forms are due from the public. So there's no exceptions to this deadline. All folks that want to turn in that proposal form should have it into the office by the 21st. And then the C2C website that I just referenced, with where all those proposals are housed, will be updated with the proposal forms received by the office. Now, what I want to highlight here is that the governance manual is specific in the authority of the office. Should we get any proposal forms that have information that's unsavory to post online, or should it see as if it's spam sort of proposal, the office does retain that authority to not post that. Want to be clear there on that. So that wraps up the end of June. The 24th, that again will trigger it being public facing. And this is when we're going to kind of get into tap into your line of responsibility here. And we'll see that on the next slide. So July 10, as a reminder, that's when y'all will convene next. And as Mary Ann Bates, our executive director, alluded to earlier in this meeting today, this is a joint advisory board meeting. So we're going to have lots of folks here with us because we'll have data and tools and community engagement. At this meeting, y'all will be able to, there will be an agenda item related to like the ideation of proposals received. That was something that was asked of data and tools members. So there will be an agenda item on that. This will be an action-packed day, again, as Mary Ann had alluded to, because we're going to be talking to and with data providers. So we anticipate there being a lot there. Another agenda item that y'all can provide input on is determining whether y'all want to convene an ad hoc committee. So that's an action that y'all can take action on that day and make that determination. And we're going to talk through what that would mean, as a lot of responsibilities would fall on members if that members of that committee. So your responsibility in getting ready for this meeting, you would look at proposal forms that were submitted by the public. We would want you to be prepared to publicly talk about these forms, and then again, determine if this ad hoc is needed. And that will all happen at the meeting. So the next thought on here is the 24th. Now, this is a really big date for you all as members, because this is when your proposal forms are due. So as a reminder, you all can create your own new ideas. You all can revisit old ideas that have been published or promoted in the past. Or should y'all want to sponsor something that's given to us by the public, you can uplift that idea. But I'm going to say again, the mechanism by which a proposal form is elevated is through member submission. So that's your responsibility. Okay, we'll take those submissions on Wednesday, the 24th. And again, no deadline extension here. Fabulous. Okay, so let's talk in the theoretical if y'all decide to convene an ad hoc committee, and that's what we're going to preview here on this next slide. So the ad hoc committee should not be more than 5 members, and y'all would probably meet and something that we don't talk about here, you'll probably need to meet 2 times. But the task of this committee is basically to take a look at all the proposals that the community engagement members propose and then prioritize them. So you need to come out with a top 3, you need to come out with a reasoning, and you need to come out with this prioritization. This would all happen in a public meeting. Y'all would have to come to some sort of consensus. And then after that, you delegate 2 members from that committee to write a report. The office would not write this report. It would fall on 2 members of this committee to write this report. Then you reconvene, hopefully get report approval. And then once that report is approved, that would go in your toolbox of tools as you're doing that pre-meeting survey. So I do want to stress that convening an ad hoc is something that y'all can do. I do also want to acknowledge probably the very heavy lift that it could be in terms of work done in anticipation for this upcoming fall. Okay, so what we're going to take a look at next is September. So the next big date for you would be September 3rd. That's when that draft report would be due. And again, we have to have that formally approved by the committee before it's shared with advisory board members. So a little bit of time factorization would have to happen here. On the 9th of September, this is when that pre-meeting survey would happen. And again, this pre-meeting survey would go into effect should we receive more than 3 proposals from y'all. So y'all would get a survey with all of the proposals in one place, and then you'd need to use the rubric. You could pull on that ad hoc report to prioritize what you think are the top 3 that you want to hear in the fall meeting. Okay, your submissions for that survey are due on the 23rd, as noted on this slide. So in order, again, to complete that survey, you have to review all the proposals, maybe that report, and then score and complete the survey. In tandem with the rubric. Brilliant. And then we're going to get to October activities. So the next milestone or member activity would be on the 2nd, when we would know what those top 3 proposals would be. So we'll know what's going to go to the feasibility study after this. This is when your survey results are due. I tried to give folks about 2 weeks to give you enough time. So highlighting that there. And then the last thing would be on the 16th, as noted on this slide, which would be when y'all convene again in October. Here are those 3 proposals. So as a reminder, I should have mentioned this earlier. We have 4 folks that are terming out of this board. So your last in-person meeting will be the July 10th joint meeting, but you could still be a part of this process. So even if you're terming out, you could submit a proposal. What would happen if your proposal is chosen is you would come back as a presenter and present your idea. So you could still be a part of the process and you'd be a part of the scoring. Okay, so yeah, 3 proposals on the 16th, we'll hear more, and then y'all have already lived this process, then you decide if it needs to go to a feasibility study, and then the next slide, I believe, is and no, I will tell you, in spring, when y'all will meet again, it will be the feasibility studies uncovered exactly what we did today. So full life cycle. Okay, brilliant. If there's no questions on this part, I'd love to pass it over to Ryan. Oh, sure.
Member Jediditis, just a quick question that when we'll be meeting with the data provider people in July, will the information already be back from the Department of Education or other areas around some of that financial aid clarity? Sorry, yes, yeah. I really find that.
This is Mary Ann Bates. The financial aid data, I believe your question was around higher education entities, or CEE.
Right.
I do not know if we'll have any updates by then.
Wonderful. All right, so I'm happy to pass it over to Ryan Escriado to talk through the next half of this presentation. Thank you.
Thanks, Mary Kate. Ryan Escriado, Director of Data Programs. Okay, so background here, this is a reminder of how the statute describes the role of the advisory board. It says the community engagement advisory board is established to provide input and feedback to the governing board about whether the managing entity is creating strong feedback loops with data users, supporting evidence-based decision-making and analytical capacity, and ensuring equitable access to actionable information. On the next slide, you'll see that the governance manual, the other document that gives us direction on this project, gets even more specific. It says the Community Engagement Advisory Board can address a significant gap in feedback loops with data users, evidence-based decision-making and analytical capacity, and equitable access to actionable information by recommending ways to amend the community engagement framework. Next slide, please. Earlier, we looked at this slide, but for 23-24, you heard just now a more detailed description of what's up ahead for you from Mary Kate. And this is just zooming back out mainly to show that we are starting this cycle again. You saw a version of this slide where we are here in spring reviewing last year's proposals, and we are now on the verge of entering summer, where we'll be starting again. Okay, so on the next slide, I'm going to introduce and highlight the first of two tools that you'll have available to you as to help you work through this process. And these are tools that you'll use before the meeting in October when you decide on and vote which proposals will be moving forward to feasibility study. So this all happens before that October meeting. The first one is the proposal form itself. It's got some alterations to it from last year. The purpose of the proposal form is to act as a mechanism for the advisory boards, now members of the public, to get their ideas out on paper and propose what they'd like to see in the data system for the parameters of the governance manual. And we've been thinking a lot about how we can change the proposal form and improve it so that we can have as much clarity as we need to be able to both assess the feasibility of the proposal and really stick to the spirit of that and the way that you imagined it. And then also further downstream, help us execute proposals that are voted into action, again, with the spirit that it was originally intended. So this proposal form happens at the very beginning, but we hope if you improve this well enough, we'll have benefits as we go through the process. That's tool number 1 and 2. The next one is the second one, which is the rubric. So Mary Kate mentioned earlier, next slide, please. Mary Kate mentioned earlier that ahead of the October meeting, if we receive more than 3 proposals, then your task will be to complete a pre-meeting survey to rank order. This is all done individually, and this just helps the discussion in October. And so the proposal rubric is one tool that you can use along with a write-up from the ad hoc committee. You can choose to have that as ways to inform how you rank order the proposals. There is one change here based on our learnings from our first cycle, and that is the addition of a criterion we think of as likelihood of success. And the point of adding this criterion to the rubric is to give the proposers or the folks reviewing a chance to do some just initial analysis and sort of first sets of thoughts and reflections about how well any given proposal is likely, in your opinion, to go through. And that's just one that you can see here by the number of rows. A few different factors you can consider as you do your rank order pre-meeting survey. So 2 tools, the proposal itself, and then the rubric, both of which you'll be using ahead of the October meeting to help you get prepared for a rich discussion and hopefully in October for what goes forward to the feasibility studies. Okay, that is a rubric. Let's go to this last slide here. Again, I think I fully acknowledge that even just the work that starts in a few months that has a major milestone in October where we look at the proposals and vote, even in that period of time, there is a lot for y'all to do and think about. It is a heavy lift, and our job is, number one, to make it as clear as possible what we need from you so that we can construct an October meeting that is productive, but then also to equip you with tools and resources. You just saw the first two tools, proposal and the rubric. This final page gives you some additional things to look at and refer to as you work through this process between now and October. And so you'll find a list here along with some links, but I'll highlight to our website page with an overview of the recommendation process is something that will be useful to go to regularly throughout the process. And then of course, as you do your own thinking and reflection on what you feel could be a really great iteration for the data system, you can refer back to the repository of past proposals. The idea here is that you can build on what's happened in the past and by the past, of course, when I say past, now the 1 year, but we'll build this together. And what I see is a continually sort of evolving conversation about how the data system is improved based on your really hard thinking and evaluation and suggestions. So, okay, that's it. Tools, resources, everything we hope that you need to be able to engage this process. We'll be here with you, of course, but I hope that that is a great first useful initial step. I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you so much. So before we open it up for member discussion, I do want to flag that we have a guest speaker on the line with us. So happy to hear member comments, but we will need to pivot in about 5 minutes. So please, the floor is yours. Reminder to members, please say your name before you speak.
Member Korean, yes, and I don't know if this is for this topic, but will the Cradle-to-Career office offer a webinar recording for the public to understand this process better or functions, especially given the new rubric?
Yes, we have a community conversation that will happen on April 9th to go over all of this. I'm going to take this as we had a very clear and effective presentation, and the form and rubric are stellar. Wonderful. Thank you so much, members. What I'd like to do now is to go to our next agenda item, 10, to keep with the out of order theme that we have going on today. So I'd like to invite Jason Morgan. So as a reminder, Jason Morgan is a member of our Data and Tools Advisory Board. He was appointed by his fellows as the liaison for his advisory board. And they last met on March 5th, and so he'll be providing some details about that meeting. So thank you so much, Jason. Please feel free to take it over from here.
Thank you, Mary Kate. Good afternoon, everyone.
Sorry, 1 minute, please.
Sure.
Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you, Mary Kate. My name is Jason Borgen. I am the Data and Tools Advisory Board Liaison. I've been a member of the Data and Tools Advisory Board since 2022. I'm the Chief Technology Innovations Officer for Santa Cruz County Office of Education, where I lead technology innovation and communication as well as data initiatives. I appreciate you following with me today as I discuss our highlights of our March 5th board meeting. Today, I will be providing you an update of the most recent board meeting, in particular, highlighting the most pertinent agenda items, which were the result of the feasibility studies and the updates from the 2024 Data and Tools Proposal Form and Rubric, which you've all been highlighted on just previously. I would like to refer members to the staff report that was drafted for this agenda item as well. If you are a member of the public and would like to follow along, the staff report can be accessed on the Cradle-to-Career website. Next slide, please. Before delving into the feasibility study, I would like to provide some background. The Data and Tools Advisory Board met in the fall on October 12th, 2023. At this meeting, the advisory board members focus on proposals submitted by Anthony Jr., Orlick, and Reddy. After a presentation, detailed presentation, member deliberation, the 3 proposals with amendments were moved forth and to the feasibility study. Detailed information can be found on the Cradle-to-Career website. Next slide, please. At the meeting, the office provided the findings of the feasibility study, which were well done, which considered factors such as data availability, data reliability, data validity, cost, and compliance. So those kind of 4 factors that were taken into consideration. And additional considerations are shown on the slide currently. After the study, advisory board members had the opportunity and we discussed and deliberated the findings. Before moving forward for motions, were discussed. And I would like to briefly touch base on these next motions. And these motions were considered in 1A, 1B, 1C, and then a motion 2. So next slide, please. Motion 1A. These were a kind of a change in what exactly was proposed by the feasibility study. Motion 1A, were items that are not in the system but can be calculated and not in the system and require an expansion of the dashboards. The motion was to present the following metrics, which could be calculated from information already available in the P20W data set to the governing board. So these are all going to be, these motions are going to be then sent to the governing board for approval for actions. The expansion of post-secondary retention data beyond a single year, AP and IB course offerings, and early college credit, or what we call dual enrollment typically in K-12 systems, were all to be added in the metrics. Then the office added the following disaggregation options to the college career readiness dashboard, which would be calculated from information already available in the P20W dataset. Whether students enrolled in post-secondary based on the type of high school exit or AP IB course taking. So again, did students enroll in post-secondary based upon AP or IB courses that they take? And so the advisory board wanted to look at pathways towards those majors directly. Motion 1B, already data in the data system. We want to move to emphasize for the governing board the importance of the following data points that are already included in the P20 data sets and the plan tools. Career readiness, which includes K-12 individual student college career indicator levels. AP course completion, completed a K-12 advanced placement course. Students who completed a K-12 advanced placement course. IB course completion, completed a K-12 international baccalaureate course. Dual enrollment, high school level, completed a college course while in high school, or earned a special education diploma. Cross-institutional post-secondary persistence metrics, K-12 students who enrolled in post-secondary with disaggregation options based upon early college credit, career and technical education, course taking, and student demographics. So again, the focus of disaggregating this data, it was an important feature for the advisory board. Motion 1C, new data points on A through G completion. So the advisory board recommended the A through G course offerings, availability, and completion data points be requested by the governing board to be added to the P20W dataset by the California Department of Education once the data meets CDE's or California Department of Education's data quality standards, and the field is required for CalPADS reporting. There was a lot of discussion around this at the advisory board's meeting around what makes quality A through G courses. And so those were all, that was motion 1A, 1B, and 1C. Motion 2 was new metric on retention by student major. And the advisory board made a motion to recommend that retention by student major be requested by the governing board to be added as data points from the California State University and UC by providing information on students' majors in each year of enrollment, not just at the start, at the end, but every single year of enrollment. And so we can look at longitudinal approaches towards students' majors and or change of majors at the CSU and UC system. And So Data and Tools Advisory Board members also have the opportunity to receive a presentation and input, just like you all did on the 2024 proposal form and rubric, based upon feedback given by members during the Fall Data and Tools Advisory Board meeting. And office staff, the office revised the proposal form and rubric for the 2024 proposal process. The main revision was pertaining to new data elements to the P20W data set, which can be summarized into 4 categories. The first category changes centers around anchoring the form around a research question of interest. You probably saw that. The first 3 questions of 2024 proposal form gave the proposer space to clarify a research question that aligns to the office's mission and vision and steers the focus to valid and reliable data elements that can help answer the research question. The second category incorporates additional questions to place the recommended changes within the context of existing P20W data. The form now incorporates additional questions to encourage due diligence and to support the board in identifying similar or duplicative proposals. The form now includes a request for more information on proposed data elements already collected to reduce ambiguity and better ensure that the office operationalizes a proposal as the author intends during the feasibility study phase of the proposal process. Finally, the last category of changes on the proposal form aims to connect the proposed data elements to existing Cradle-to-Career analytical tools by identifying the intended use cases for the proposed data elements. The office will be able to better assess the feasibility of its implementation for its intended purpose. Finally, in an effort to provide continued support for the Data and Tools Advisory Board members in navigating information, the office has provided resources, including a website describing planned dashboards and their metrics, and a page describing current P20W data sets submitted by each provider. This year, Community Engagement Advisory Board members will be able to submit proposals as well. So thank you for considering submitting a proposal, everyone. Both the proposal form and the rubric went live on the C2C website, and we really encourage members to review and consider completing a proposal form for consideration. We potentially hope to also form an ad hoc committee this summer. That concludes my presentation. I would like to turn it over to Mary Kate Cruz-Jones, and thank you for your time today, Community Engagement Advisory Board members. Next slide.
So at this time, if there's any members that have questions or comments. Member Juditas.
I just want, when you talked about the retention statistics that you were talking about, would that be for transfer as well as freshmen and graduate, or is it really just more for the freshmen round?
And apologies, because member Morgan, I have to unmute him so you can hear his answer. So I'm happy to do so, but I also would, if the office would like to answer any questions as well.
Yeah, I'm happy to continue my question.
Member Morgan was talking about the retention statistics that they're going to be asking for. I was just wondering if those would be for transfer students and graduate students as well as freshmen, or is it really just a focus on the first-time freshmen?
Certain baseline research manager. Certainly for transfer students, for graduate students, we would need to do more research.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Member Morgan. We appreciate your time with us here today. And y'all will be able to be in person together on the 10th. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
What I'd like to do now is to pivot back to agenda item 9. So what we'll do is we can invite Anjali Kalamar, our Deputy Director of Communications, to provide our next presentation. And just considering timing, what we've done is we're going to kind of condense this presentation, which is an update on the communication strategy, and also incorporate updates from the community conversations. So folks might have noticed that those were 2 different agenda items. To move through things swiftly, we're just going to talk about them both here.
Thank you, Mary Kate, and good afternoon, members of the board of the advisory board. My name is Anjali Kalamar. I'm the Deputy Director of Communications here at C2C, and I see some familiar faces. But for many of you, this will be our first interaction, and so I'm super excited to just jump in, also hear your thoughts on this agenda item, and to see if it resonates with you. Today, I'll provide an overview of our 2024 communication strategy, which outlines concrete steps to achieve the engagement goals and objectives. So we saw a glimpse of this from Marianne's previous updates, but I'll tease out a little bit more of our engagement activities and the strategies behind them. So next slide, please. All right, so a quick refresher. Our engagement goal, which charges the office to engage with the communities that we're serving so we can identify their needs through our user-centered design, community engagement activities, as well as training and outreach. So big picture overview, this is kind of a broad overview goal, our destination, so you will. And in the next slide, I'll go over the objectives that we need to achieve to get to this. All right, so 4 objectives. 1, identify the communities we'll reach out to. 2, define our brand identity and communication strategy. 3, ensure that our information is trusted. And 4, establish our baseline metrics. So just some common themes that I see here. I'm seeing themes of building trust amongst our stakeholders that include, but not limited to, students, parents, educators, lawmakers, community leaders, and researchers. I also see themes of fostering partnerships amongst these groups. And lastly, themes of continuous improvement for the office so that we're constantly checking our progress often through our metrics and benchmarks. So in the next slide, let's take a look at how the communication strategy can complement and help us achieve this goal and these objectives. All right, so the multi-year strategic plan that includes the engagement verticals, goals and objectives, it's the overarching goal, right? But the communication strategy, it aims to provide a map, a guide, steps to get us there to accomplish these goals. So we're going to do this through in-person and virtual community engagement to truly meet the communities where they are. We're doing this through public speaking engagement to spread awareness of C2C's initiatives in spaces that have larger reach, and also with groups that align with C2C's mission and vision. We'll also do this through media relations and press to access broader audiences that may not be aware of C2C, our tools, and how our tools can help them succeed in their education and career goals. We'll also do this through digital and social media to amplify our efforts. I believe I wasn't here in the last advisory board meeting in September because I had not started yet, but I did watch the recording and I did read the notes taken. So I hope that the summary of the communications plan, it kind of resonates with you because I pulled it directly from what most of y'all had to say, in addition to what we learned from our community conversations. And lastly, we're prioritizing transparency as a common thread in it all. So these are tangible, concrete action steps. It focuses on building a strong communication foundation. And with consistency, transparency, and showing up with listening ears, we hope that we can build and foster the kind of trust that we seek from our communities that we're serving. Next slide, please. All right, snapshot of the year for objectives 1 and 2. So this is just a summary of activities that we're doing throughout the year to achieve and accomplish these 2 objectives. So to identify communities for outreach, we're continuing our community conversations, both in person and virtually. We're also providing informative resources in the form of leave behinds. This is led by our Deputy Director of Ledge Affairs, Eric Flores. For objective 2, for defining our brand and communication strategy. We're keeping the momentum going. Really just need to give a shout out to our fearless leader of engagement, Shannon Serrato, who's really done the legwork as far as establishing our branding. Apologies there. So Shannon, she really spearheaded from our logo, and with the help of all of your input, from our logo to the look and feel. We have our brand. We have our look and feel. We have C2C, right? So now we're gonna keep that momentum going. We'll actively seek public speaking opportunities and conferences. We also heard this. This is a feedback that we heard from the last Community Engagement Advisory Board. We need to be partnering with our higher education institutions that are already doing these counselor meetings. They have a broad audience already. So we're gonna piggyback off of some of our partners' work. We're drafting and we plan to draft and place op-eds in trusted media outlets to kind of spread awareness of our planned analytical tools and share examples for how Californians can use our resources to map out their education and career paths. Additionally, we aim to foster relationships with key journalists in California who can better spread awareness about C2C once the dashboards are fully launched. And we also, another thing that we heard from y'all is to expand our social media reach. So we're doing that right now. We have that planned. We're expanding our social media presence. We just launched C2C Facebook to be able to tap into our students and families, audiences, and that's the first step in establishing, even before establishing an Instagram, we need to establish a Facebook first, right? So we have that going, and we'll continue to ramp up our cadence of postings to celebrate C2C's wins, to share our latest updates, and to share information about how members of the public can stay involved. So zooming out, just taking a look at this snapshot, we're activating our communications tools in community engagement, in media relations, and in social media. Next slide, please. This is a 2024 snapshot of activities for objectives 3 and 4. So to build and foster trust with communities, we're continuing to prioritize transparency. So this means providing accessible ways to tune into our meetings, aka today. Releasing blogs that highlight the latest updates from C2C, providing FAQs about our data system privacy, and of course, illuminating the issues that students face as they navigate the transition into higher education, so that we can tailor and provide solutions that resonate with the challenges that they are truly facing. For the last objective here, objective 4, we're establishing baseline metrics throughout our data system build. So this means pre-launch, launch in real time, and post-launch. So pre-focuses on public awareness campaigns. We're gathering information on the types of contacts and communities we need to reach out to. Launch in real time looks like training workshops and learning sessions. But how do these translate into metrics? We'll look at site visits, uptick in tool usage, and the types of engagement we're getting from our external stakeholders. Post-launch, we'll continue to look into these metrics, but also add in the component of the retention rate. Okay, so it's March, 3 months into 2024. Let's zoom in a little bit on these past few months, on some of the activities that we put into play. So in the next slide, let's take a look at what we have been working on. All right, so community conversations. We kicked off our first 2 in-person statewide listening tours in Sacramento and in Oakland, where we heard directly from members of the public in their respective spaces about what matters to them, what features they want to see in the data dashboards, what communities should be reaching out to, and how should we be reaching out to those communities. So we heard about this aggregation of data by geography, by districts. We heard about providing companion materials in short video forms. So that way we can help understand and illuminate how to use these data dashboards. We heard about partnering with community-based organizations, with local offices of education, county offices of education. All of that we are considering. So we learned so much, and we look forward to continuing on our statewide tour to Kern County, San Joaquin Valley, and Southern California. Next slide, please. All right, so on the public speaking engagement front, our executive director, Marianne Bates, provided a keynote speech in front of our adult education community. We created an internal event tracker to spot opportunities for C2C to participate in public conferences, events, meetings. So please, y'all are our extended eyes and ears. If anything comes up that you think that C2C should, or this is something that C2C should be in front of, please send it our way. We can add it into the events tracker, and then we can figure out how we can get in front of those audiences. Next slide, please. On the digital and social media fronts, we heard y'all loud and clear. Expand our social media presence. We launched our Facebook account in January. I'm really excited about this because we'll be able to specifically target students and families, right? We know that they're on Facebook, we know that they're on Instagram, and so to be able to tap into those audiences that otherwise would not be aware of C2C, what we have going on, who are generally not in the government or advocacy circle, like really excited to tap into those communities. We're also prioritizing content that highlights C2C's wins. So we published two blogs that introduced our newest board members, including on our governing board and our two advisory boards. And I recognize a lot of your faces because I drafted that blog and I drafted the social media post. And so I recognize actually almost every single one of you. You might have seen yourselves in it. We also highlighted what we learned, key lessons that we learned from our two community conversations from those blogs. And so we also heard that you wanted to share media toolkits, that C2C should be leveraging its advisory board's presence online. So we're creating a social media toolkit. It's actually in the middle of a review process. Y'all will receive an email this week, hopefully. It's an evergreen page. It links to C2C's website. It's an evergreen page, which means it will be constantly updated with new updates from C2C, new meetings that members of the public can tune into, and how they can access our meetings and also just participate in overall C2C's development. Next slide, please. Prioritizing transparency. I might have jumped the gun on the blog, but in January, we released our annual student experience report. So this highlights students' experiences. And then we released the two blogs. I jumped the gun on that, but already provided an overview. And we're continuing our public access to all of our forums. And we even already added our new data systems privacy pages with FAQs, frequently asked questions that will kind of ease some folks' feelings about what we're doing. In the next slide. And lastly, this is the media relations and press front. We are focused on intentional outreach. This is in the form of meet and greets with Marianne, attending press events hosted by trusted media outlets, trusted media outlets, is that the word? And lastly, under development is our planned op-ed that we have with Assemblymember Irwin and Senator Laird that speaks more about C2C's aims to do, what C2C aims to do for a broader audience. So these are just a few of the tactics that we've put into action in the past few months, and we'll continue to provide consistent communications to that prioritize transparency and building trust amongst the communities C2C is serving. That concludes my presentation, and I hope what we're doing and what we have planned resonate with this group. And I look forward to further collaboration. I'm happy to answer any questions or hear any feedback that y'all have. Yes.
Adam Gottlieb, I have two questions about the community conversation.
Yes.
First, one, where's having in SoCal, and for those of us in SoCal, how can we help? Looking at Marshawn and Marcus and whoever else.
I'm gonna defer the community that question to Shannon, because I know that there are our director of engagement, because I know that there are plans right now that might be not for public, but additionally.
So we will be in Ontario on April 26th for the California Collaborative Educational Excellence meeting that they have. We've learned that this is not necessarily open to the public. It's more of a conference style, and so we were hoping that we could have our Southern California meeting be there. There's a group of educators. We're very excited about that, but we know that that does not meet the needs of our Southern California folks, and so we are looking for other opportunities. So we'll be there soon, but want to state that that is not the full extent of Southern California outreach. I know that in particular, we pushed back on this just to share because we know so many people in Southern California have asked about this. And so I will have more information about that soon because we're excited about this one, but we know that there's still opportunity to reach out to other folks and have people in Southern California be able to engage with us the way that we are. Thank you for the question. It will be
cool. Sorry. Regarding another part of the community conversation, you had mentioned just kind of collecting data points and thoughts around the system usability. Obviously, the governor's office, as you know, is also doing regional listening sessions and boards with in collaboration with West Ed and K-16 collaboratives around the master plan for education. A lot of those same concepts and data points have come out of that process. Are you actively working with the governor's office to take those notes and apply them in your work as well, or how's that working?
As far as the data dashboards, or as far as the community engagement portion?
A little bit of both.
I'll let Marianne answer the dashboards question.
This is Marianne Davis. The short answer is that, as I mentioned before, our concrete work on the master plan is the e-transcript passports. But we're very fortunate to be a part of is that we've asked Kathy Booth to facilitate that passport. She's in person at the governor's office was working closely with on the West Ed side on the overall master plan work. And so we do have the ability to have a lot of knowledge sharing and understanding of where that process is. And I expect that the lessons that are learned about how to effectively engage with communities and all of the big picture lessons that are emerging from the regional meetings and the work of the master plan, we will definitely look into and learn from.
I mean, less so about the, I guess, less so, sorry, so you asked this question, I didn't understand it because great one after, less so about like the actual communicating with the community, because I don't think those are, well, whatever. The more just some of the talking points and discussions we have in those meetings really do relate to a longitudinal look at that student success and some of these similar data points that might go into the plan outside of the task force.
I expect that some of the recommendations in the master plan process might be relevant to Cradle-to-Career, and there may be requests of what kind of data we put together and how we display it to be conclusive with that. And so for that, we'll defer to the master plan process and learn what the community and the governor's office decide is useful for the data system. So,
probably have time for one more member question.
Oh, sorry.
Mine will be pretty simple. Member Rodriguez, when you guys do have the dates, will they be shared with us?
Prior.
You know, like multiple, like as much in advance as possible, so we can use them on our calendars, so we can use it.
Yeah, absolutely. And especially in San Joaquin Valley, like we have these media toolkits. The idea is to share them ahead of time. So you can get out into your spaces, spread the word, spread awareness, and ensure that members of the public are showing up so that their voices are heard.
And leave on us if you can't find a location.
Yes.
The student member, I think, had a question.
Yeah, thank you. Member Nguyen here. I'm wondering about when we do like the trusted media, press, how are we also targeting, language accessibility? For example, Spanish.
Yeah, thank you for that question. In the staff report, and I should have prefaced this in the very beginning. The staff report is linked in the staff report, agenda item 9. There's a link that links out to the official document, the final document of our 2024 communication strategy, which on the press fronts, it outlines a specific focus, part of our specific focus on English as second language press, and specifically Spanish media. We have nearly 40% of Californians who identify as Hispanic, Latino, Latina. We need to be focusing on those communities. We need to be ensuring that we're providing them the resources that they need, that they can access to succeed in their education and career goals. And so the first step is to tapping into the media that they are tapping into. So focus on Spanish speaking press.
Thank you.
Okay, I know members have more thoughts. What I would encourage us to do at this time is please feel free to reach out to Angelique, Shannon, or myself, and we can happily get your questions answered. Yeah, you can send to me. I think everybody has my email address, and I can happily go there. Wonderful. Thank you so much for that wonderful presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to move on to agenda item 11, and this actually goes really well up next to Angelique's presentation. I think Angelique just said, you're an extension of our eyes and ears. And so I'd like to uplift that thought. What we'll have next is a report out from our community engagement members on our best, so things that you all have been doing since our last meeting, since we last met. And I'll pass it over to you all. Member Korean, yes.
The Northern California College Promise Coalition, we hosted a mayor's circle on November 2nd in Hayward, where we made the Cradle-to-Career work one of the kind of calls to action for municipalities, cities, and counties as part of overall education cities initiative that we're working on. So we're really advocating to get city and county leaders to be aware of this work as well, so that they can leverage what they can on their end to support their communities. And if I could add, we're also partnering with San Jose City College, San Jose State, and Santa Clara University, among other partners, the San Jose Libraries, San Jose Household, to host the first San Jose Education Forum, where we will also be centering the Cradle-to-Career as well. And that's on April 26th, all day. So that's Friday, April 26th at San Jose City College. And that registration is open now for anybody who wants to be involved in the chat.
Member Gamboa, we've been working on all the issues we would talk about higher education, but in particular in a collaborative effort with all the private universities in the state of California to collaborate with what's called the Private California Colleges Possible Initiative, to make sure that all students understand that, yes, the price tag might look scary, but the resources are there if you have the opportunity to apply, to make sure that they can get on there. We've also been trying to tackle the issue of public health, especially in urban and rural minoritized communities, and bringing that to the forefront and trying to make sure that students understand that we are desperately needed in those fields right now. So we have a big summit coming up this summer that will be hosted at Santa Clara. And then pushing initiatives like the SU Empowered program to try and get students at a younger age, versus just high school focus. We're now tapping into more middle school to high school, so they can start getting the information on what they need to do earlier and earlier.
Member to Cradle-to-Career, I presented at Cincinnati University's UndocuCon, presenting on behalf of CSAC. Talking about the changes to families. It was the most attended session and people standing up. I also had translators talking about all the changes happening with financial aid, how to fill out the PIDA. It was great to see both undergrads and high school students attend that session. I've been volunteering with CSAC with financial aid workshops and webinars, making sure students are out the applications and getting the questions answered. Working with Kathy Booth as well on the master education plan, getting that outreach out as well. And then volunteering with the Latino Education Advancement Fund. And really just trying to have as many touch points with our communities as possible.
Member Nguyen here. Since arriving at Berkeley, I've been serving as a mentor at the Berkeley Hawks Boost program, where we're increasing the pipeline for underprivileged high school students around California in supporting their mission to be youth entrepreneurs. And from my experience, I've heard such real concern and testimonies from these students for their lack of support. And I'm happy to serve as a mentor to them and bring those concerns here today.
We have time for one more member comment.
So just, and I know we talked a little bit during the onboarding period, but from my sense and to what I was asking earlier too, I'm curious to see if we ever devise a strategic plan around how we do the outreach as this body. Do we have folks who are like, okay, we're gonna reach out to religious community, we're gonna reach out to business community, we're gonna reach out to, I think this might be helpful if we have something like that. So just was curious a little bit about that and what. Am I? Oh.
Can you repeat your question?
Yes, so question was whether or not we've ever had like sort of assignments, if you will, for the members of the board of which strategic areas we're gonna be outreach to. So, you know, Pio must be in charge of it, or supporting businesses, Pio must be in charge of business groups, et cetera, et cetera.
We have not had that, but I love to say yes. And we will take you up on it. Thank you so much.
Members, Vivetta Walton. So a lot of us hold a lot of various intersections of identities and work, but I recently added a new one to my work, and it's in local government. So I think that's something that I'll be bringing a lens to the work here. Is thinking about the stuff on economic development and all of the data that would be relevant to cities and local governments as they look for opportunities. I can share more about that later, but it's something that I'm kind of also bringing the lens in addition to my higher education policy lens that I bring my current job.
Thank you so much, members. I appreciate all the work that you do, both inside and outside. So what I'd like to do now is take a look at our next agenda item, which will be, I'd like to invite Shannon Serrato up here to talk about the demographic survey that y'all just filled out recently.
Good afternoon, members. I'm Shannon Tabado, C2C's Director of Engagement, and today I will be discussing the 2024 Board Demographic Survey. I would like to refer members to the staff report that was created for this agenda item 12. And if you're a member of the public and would like to follow along, the staff report can be accessed on the C2C website. So as written in statute, Cradle-to-Career's governing board is intended to reflect the cultural, racial, geographical, economic, and social diversity of California. And in 2022, the office received a request from a Data and Tools Advisory Board member seeking the demographic information of C2C's leadership. Following approval from the governing board, the office facilitated the collection of demographic information via survey, our first demographic survey, which asked only about race, ethnicity, and gender, as well as if members would like to share more about their lived experiences in future iterations. All responses were self-reported and collected anonymously via survey, and that information was aggregated for the purposes of equity and transparency and posted to the C2C website. The office committed to conducting the survey annually, and at the September 23 meeting of the Community Engagement Advisory Board, members agreed to expand the survey scope to include the Community Engagement Advisory Board for 2024. We issued the 2024 survey last month, February 9th, and we had an 88% response rate from this board. We will post aggregate responses of all of C2C's boards governing data and tools and community engagement on the C2C site upon completion. And I'm going to use the rest of my time today to preview your survey results. The next slide, please. So this year's 2023-2024 engagement survey, as I said, had an 88% response rate. And as I've mentioned, we asked members to self-report on race, ethnicity, and gender. And so this year, 9 members identified as female and 5 as male. In terms of breakdown by race and ethnicity, 3 members identified as Asian, including Asian American, Japanese American, and Chinese Mexican. 5 members identified as Latina, including Hispanic and Indigenous Mexican. 1 identified as Middle Eastern, 1 member identified as multiracial, multi-ethnic, including Black and Filipina, and 4 members identified as white or Caucasian. I would again like to voice over that all responses were self-reported by Community Engagement Advisory Board members with no predetermined categories, which make these a little tricky. But this year's responses do not include individuals who identified as non-conforming, non-binary, or transgender, nor Native American or Indigenous, with no members identifying as such. But they are listed here for the purposes of longitudinal purposes, so that they may be captured in the future. Next slide, please. So this was the first year that we asked members to share information about their lived experiences. And so I want to thank you all for your willingness to be open and share. Our advisory boards represent the key stakeholders of the Cradle-to-Career data system and the wide range of Californians that we are charged with serving. And I shared this with Data and Tools Advisory Board members a couple weeks ago, but I truly got emotional when I started analyzing the results because there's such a representation of this room, representation on these advisory boards. And I think it's amazing to think that there are folks in California who will be able to be seen and heard and have to know that folks will be able to help them because there are people like you in this room. So I just wanted to say that because I think that that really matters when we think about building a truly equitable data system. So this year, 11 Community Engagement Advisory Board members identified as first generation college students, with 10 identifying or sharing that they came from a low income background. 5 identify as immigrants, 10 shared that they were bilingual, while 1 did not identify with the named categories stated. As I mentioned, we also asked about lived experiences. And so this year, we heard a lot of different things from folks. We had members share that they were children of parents who were in foster care, that they were first generation professionals, that they came from migrant backgrounds, grew up in an inner city, or lived with a disability. And I cannot stress enough how much and how proud I am of this board and all the representation that we have across all of our 3 boards. We will use this demographic information, and we have used this already in the past to further advance C2C's commitment to equity, being able to see opportunities for growth or gaps, if you want to look at it that way. And this board is we're able to provide that information to folks who are appointing them. And as we think about the advisory board application process this year, I also wanted to see if this group had an appetite for sharing additional professional demographic information, such as position, job type, or area of expertise, so that we can further clarify room for growth as we think about this year's advisory board selection process. And so with that, I will be glad to hear your thoughts on that specific question, and also happy to answer any questions or hear any input that you may have on this year's survey.
To answer your question, it is a good idea to field what positions or what jobs you have. I think as a practitioner, I want more practitioners to be on the board, like people who are spending every single day with students and interacting with them one-on-one or in small groups, like that's what I do day in and day out. So I feel like a perspective as a practitioner that's working with them is very valuable on these boards, and it's like an extension of literally my students' voices. So I think that's a great idea, and I hope you feel that information.
Member Rogers, I echo what she just said, and I wonder if some of that questions could be centered around other entities that we work with, because I see a lot of work being done in silos, like the K-16, the master plan, the workforce investment boards. I think we do not just our job title, but other statewide entities. Like I don't know how that might look, but I think that helps to say, like, we need to streamline all of our work and work smarter.
Yeah.
Yeah, Member Montes here, thank you. I want to bring attention to the racial breakdown that we saw. I myself struggle with this topic on my 9 to 5, which is how do we increase representation of races who have low populations in California, but then are very keen to uplift their experiences, such as Black communities, Native American communities. I think the most room for enrollment that I saw on the preview was there in that racial breakdown. So yeah. Open to thoughts, comments from the office about that.
Absolutely, and I just want to state that this specific tool, as you know, we don't, as the office, we have no authority for appointing whether to the advisory boards or to the governing board. But I think to this point, we can clarify and make transparent where there are gaps, where there are no representation, and give people the tools to run with that, right? And so when you're thinking about, okay, we have a vacant spot on our governing board, who might want to look to, because we know that there are folks in this room who are not necessarily, or there are not folks in this room who are getting represented right now. So making that clear. So that's why we've done this survey, and that's why we continue to do the survey, and that's why we also want to make sure that we're expanding the survey to this group as well, so that we have a full picture of those boards and what they look like. Because members will turn over, people will leave, people will come on, and I think it's really important to have a clear picture of what that looks like so that we can provide that information to people.
Member Gamble, I'd like to commend you, thank you for putting this forward. And from previous conversations we had earlier this morning, maybe asking us about our family life, right? We have kids, what kind of time, where are they? Because that would help really on that aspect. And then I would say, I think this is really going to help the community. I know that yes, our titles are wonderful and stuff, but we've worked at these positions, right, for this. I would encourage us, if we can, and if you're comfortable with this, also add the non-traditional titles that you probably like, being a ranch hand or being a barista. Things that doesn't seem like it's unattainable, can't succeed, right? So yeah, we want to promote as much as possible.
Yeah, and I appreciate that, and I think there is room for you all to share that information, right? I think that there is ways that we can surface those things when we talk about the open-ended questions. I think we can do a better job with that, but I also, in the second iteration, know that there are places that we can provide that information. We had members on both advisory boards already share that they have people who are living with disabilities, and so that is just one place where we know that we want to update the survey next year. Absolutely, when we think about adding parental status, that seems like something that people have an appetite for, so we'll revisit that. So this is also, while our second year, not the end all be all, and I think it's going to be an iterative process, but we want to be able to show change over time. I think that's the goal, but being able to add is never going to be a problem, as long as you all want to add it.
So much members that I can make this start. So, and something else that I forgot to voice over, in connection to agenda item 5, the feasibility study, is we were looking for somebody to report out at our May governing board meeting. And so as it was member Caribbean's proposal, it would be so kind to be our presenter on it. Fabulous, thank you so much. Okay, so what I'd like to go over next is this was a good setup. Thank you, Shannon Serrato. Talk a little bit about the upcoming recruitment for advisory board members. So agenda item 13 is what we'll transition to here. So as a reminder to folks, this is a process that happens every year. And it's that time of year again. So if folks that have 2-year appointments, I believe that member Curdy Nunez, member Montes, member Jeditis, and member Leverin, they'll be reaching the end of their term at the end of this year. So we'll be experiencing 4 vacancies on the Community Engagement Advisory Board. If we could go to the next slide, please. So what I want to highlight here is at the February 28th governing board meeting, just as a reminder, because this is a governing board jurisdiction, is at that governing board meeting, a governing board approved the draft charter, which is seen in front of you, which includes the committee scope and the committee timeline. So just kind of voicing things over. We have 5 governing board members that were selected for this committee. Their first meeting is going to happen on Friday, April 12th. At that first meeting, they'll discuss recruitment. So they'll take a look at the application, the rubric, which is attachment A and B for this agenda item, things that we'll be looking at here today. And then everything will be posted online to allow for this open application process. So once that's live, folks can feel free to uplift. And then what will happen after that is the office will collect all the applications, and then the committee will convene again sometime in June, most likely, to make the final selection or slating of these members. There's 5 data and tools vacancies and 4 on this advisory board, as I have mentioned. So next slide, please. So what I'd like to take a look at today is one of 2 parts. The first one is application, and you know, Brian mentioned in the feasibility study, we kind of touched on this a little bit. So we could dig into it a little bit more. If y'all want to uplift any thoughts or changes, again, it would need to be approved by the committee before it goes live. But this is the application that we had used last year, so please feel free to highlight anything. And then the next slide. The next thing that we'll be turning to is the rubric. So when, as I just mentioned, when in that second committee meeting, prior to that, members will have voted, and they're using this rubric to score or slate these candidates, and that's why this rubric is important. Next slide, please. So just, I had voiced over the folks that are falling off. This is what they look like in terms of how they had been bucketed. So it is really important to highlight this thought is that when the office receives all of these applications back, you'll notice on the application itself, there's a series of check boxes. And these folks that are submitting the application self-identify. So based upon the information that the office gets, that's how we do these groupings. But it's based off of the information that we get from our applicants. So just to make that point clear here. The next slide, please. This is the 2024 board composition. This is what we will look like with those independent vacancies. Both items are important to consider. Because something else that I'm going to ask for your input on is if y'all think, or what y'all think, the 4 vacancies should recruit. If we wave our magical wands, what type of folks would you like to see being a part of this advisory board? Sure. Next slide, please. So we had on the staff report, which is on the C2C website, we had some thoughts for you all to kind of help us with this deliberation period. And I kind of voiced over some of these thoughts. Next slide, please. What I'd like to do now is open it up to some member questions or comments, and I'm happy to get your input at this time. Member Kutradi.
Yes, sorry, quick question, for the application, on the meetings, it says attend at least twice a year. I think from my recollection, now we're doing 3 times a year, so should we maybe update that?
Yes. And to be clear, this was based upon, this was last year's application. Very good catch, something in the office will correct. Thank you. Taking notes, sorry, I can't shoot down and walk at the same time. Okay, Member Juditas, were you next? No, it looked like a half hand raise. Member Gottlieb, please.
Adam Gottlieb, just for my lack of recollection, can you remind us the difference between an advocacy organization and a community organization? Thank you.
Right, yeah, so it goes back to, if you look at the application, there's a series of boxes. We tried to give as many opportunities for folks to, you know, pick what they felt best fit them. And again, it falls on self-identification, you just get folks options. So how the person interprets it and then checks.
Gotcha, thank you.
Member Cornelius?
I might recommend just wiping off what Lorenzo and Seda mentioned earlier and other affiliations question. And then just looking at the buckets of who's phasing out, student isn't in those 3 categories, but is there any reason we wouldn't be able to still promote to students? Since the 3 categories where people are phasing off. Student wasn't one of them, just curious if it was a reason. The students, just because it was asked to, so we want to promote to the site.
If I'm understanding you from the 4 folks that we have phasing out, I don't believe that there was any folks that identified themselves as students.
Correct. And so is there any, I would like to see promotion of students and just, there's no issue with that.
No.
Yes, Member Chakagi speaking. For sectors and populations, I think we should be reaching out to. I would be interested in student parents, either practitioners who like work with student parents or they identify as a student parent, or also adult learners. Are facing especially in the data, and then about.
Member Navarez?
Member Navarez, I would be dramatically increase in focus on dual enrollment. I think it would be good to have someone who maybe has some expertise in dual enrollment.
Going back this way, Member Juditas?
I think it's really important, like looking at who's dropping off right now, 3 strong community advocacy individuals that are coming off the board. So the timing of that, just, I feel like it's going to leave a gap, not that there aren't other advocacy and strong members of the board. So, but thinking about how we can make sure that advocacy is represented, and then as the one individual, I think that turned out on the demographics is directly working with undocumented students. I think it's really important that we have another representative that's one of their main focuses is really supporting and elevating the importance of undocumented access and retention and access to financial aid, etc.
So I don't know how this is gonna land with our group of folks here, but we are very heavily education focused and higher education focused. So I think just thinking outside the box here, again, with like folks who work in economic development or just some other hats that of course we all interact with the education system, the K-12 and higher ed, but we are heavily represented in terms of organizations and people that work with students in higher ed and K-12 as practitioners, advocacy. So I'm just like, as we think about like the group of folks, maybe we can find an intersectional group of folks that do both, right? Just putting it out there.
Okay, one more comment. So we haven't heard from Member Montes yet.
Yeah, and it's good, thank you, Member Montes here. It's about the application. I think a question that might be worth considering asking in the application is previous experience in professional boards. I think might be good. Not that we should go for the only the folks that have professional experience, but it might yield help the staff understand how much onboarding support somebody's gonna need. If some folks already have some experience with professional boards, might be comfortable with that team, you know, Robert tools, we follow a little bit of things like that. I think would be good to ask that in the application.
So I know folks still have thoughts. I encourage those thoughts. Please email me. And if it's not for me, I'm happy to route to the right person. Wonderful. Thank you so much. So what I'd like to do right now is I'd like to invite our next presenter, who is Ryan Estrellado, who will provide us a brief update on the e-transcript task force. This was something that had been asked about from members last time, so this is your agenda and follow up.
Thank you, everybody. Ryan Estrellado, Director of Data Programs. With you again. I would like to refer members to the staff report that was drafted for this agenda item. If you are a member of the public and would like to follow along, the staff report can be accessed on the C2C website. For this section, I'm going to be sharing about the e-transcript task force, the e-transcript related work in general that happens at the office is led by our Deputy Director, Judy Chan. And here's why I think this is important to know about this. As members of the advisory board, you play the role of social ambassadors, and we hope that this update empowers you to help us share the story of this important work. You can find the connection between C2C and e-transcript in a number of places. You can find it in the Cradle-to-Career Act, find it in the governor's recent executive order on career education, and you can also, of course, find it in our 5-year plan. The vision of e-transcript is to streamline how transcripts move between post-secondary institutions, also share information on dual enrollment between K-12 and post-secondary institutions, and third, expand the type of records to include documentation for skills-based hiring. Next slide, please. Next one after that. There we go. Oh, sorry, back one. Okay, so to help us reimagine what an expanded e-transcript will look like, we have the help of the e-transcript task force. Their goal is to recommend how e-transcript California can reduce administrative burden for students as they apply for college, transfer between institutions, and begin their careers. They're also helping us learn what it would take to build California's career passport concept. And so with the theme being reducing friction for students in their post-secondary journey, I'd like to go deeper into one example of that. Slide, please. Okay, so let's talk about dual enrollment. This is something that has come up at least a few times today already. First, what is it? There are more than one definition, some more specific than others. But for today's discussion, I'd like to think of dual enrollment as any time a student is enrolled in college courses while completing high school. This is an important topic because dual enrollment can contribute to high school graduation rates, college enrollment, and college completion. And so naturally, students who put forth the effort to take these classes should also expect to bring these credits with them into their college enrollment. What we know is that that is not always that simple. Sometimes students don't know that transcripts may be required by both the high school and college institutions, for example, or high school and higher education data systems don't always share a common set of codes. This can lead to a host of problems for students about to start college, including delays in transcripts, extra transcript costs, and credits not moving from high school to college as they should. Next slide, please. So the question is, how might an expanded e-transcript be part of preventing these problems? One way is to use a future reimagined e-transcript California in combination with the work of partners at CCGI to transmit dual enrollment information to higher education segments. Specifically, tools like the post-secondary transcript standard we talked about earlier help prepare data consistently, so a reimagined e-transcript might deliver dual enrollment credits, among other things, reliably and automatically. Next slide, please. And so that is the story of the e-transcript task force so far. We've had 3 of these meetings, and we've got one coming, as you can see on the slide. Talked about why e-transcript is a part of the C2C mission, a very important part. The work of the task force that is helping to shape that vision, and we took a look at helping students carry the dual enrollment credits that they earn into college, which is only one important use case for a reimagined e-transcript. This work will continue in the coming months on these dates, and we invite you to participate as a member of the public and follow along as we discuss the revamped e-transcript California and the development of a career task force. Find more information on the C2C task force page, including links to future meetings, as well as recordings and notes for task force. That concludes this presentation. Back to Mary Kate.
Any questions for Brian? Oh, wow. Okay, so let's go down the line to go Juditas, Montes, and then member Gottlieb, and then member Lewin.
Thank you. Member Juditas, just when you're talking about dual enrollment and high schools, I know that through SB 554, there's also dual enrollment in the dual schools. I'm wondering if that's kind of captured in the student. Or if there's plans for that.
Yeah, I think that's worth noting and passing along to the task force. I'll open that up to like the team too to see if that has come up in ways that's on our
But I know it's been raised. We can get back to you with more details from this. Thank you.
Yeah, question is about the cost for students and families of e-transcript, if there's any cost associated. I know now colleges usually charge, like if you need a official transcript, you have to pay for that. Has there been opposition of this platform because of that? Like colleges might not be able to charge for transcripts anymore. Anything related to the cost and then will stay free of charge to students and families using this new method platform.
Yeah, so I mean, what we can say about that is, of course, the vision is that there is no cost, of course. We looked specifically at the issue of cost in a report that we did in collaboration with WestEd around this time last year. That report is posted on the website, and there's full workup of the cost factors that came up as we looked into the initial landscape.
Adam Gottlieb. This might be a question for the task force members, but it seems like some of the solutions, or at least the first one, which regarding e-transcript, then transcript with CCGI, which then has implications for the auto-populating in other areas, is completely reliant on the school district using CCGI. Of a school district using CCGI, which a number of our largest school districts in the state, including LUSD, do not use CCGI. Have there been considered solutions for those that have not adopted it, so their students aren't penalized?
Yeah, it's a really good question. So what you say about that is if you look at the statute, there are 2 specific entities identified that we are required to work with to help them scale. One of them is e-transcript, the one we just talked about, and the other is CCGI, who of course have their own strategy to scaling to all districts in California. And so our part of that is to support the effort as much as we can, because we know that if folks are going to get the best benefit out of e-transcript, and CCGI is a part of that, then everybody wins if they reach that goal. So that's the way, at least in my mind, those pieces fit together. But also giving it back to the team to see if there's more to add there.
Marianne, thanks. I would just highlight what I mentioned previously about CCGI's presentation and how their strategy to reach scale connected with the language. I think it answers part of your question as well.
Member you in here. Thank you, Mr. Estrada, for presenting for many times today. And I know today we're focused on dual enrollment, but I'm wondering about how you're scaling e-transcript to like middle school students, but also students at the college level, you know, for middle school students who are going to different high schools. How is that transcript going over? And also for college students, you know, the transcript is still important. And a lot of public institutions like Berkeley, we have a third party where we outsource it. And so I feel that's not efficient. And these transcripts are being requested for grad school, summer program, external employers too. And so do you see like, a vision where it's going to be scaled further so that it's more of a long-term thing, not just in high school?
That's a really good question. Interested to hear what my teammates have about that also, but I'll give sort of my take, which is my understanding of the way that this works, the sort of larger strategy work, is that it's true that CCGI and eTranscript have some overlapping work together, in particular around use of things like the transcript standard. But generally the way that the work is organized as eTranscript, which is housed at the California community colleges, is the platform or the back end for how transcripts move from received from high school, move within community colleges, and then move over to the four-year colleges. And the reason why that matters is that as the back end, there are all kinds of ways that it can be configured. I think it's to be determined what the role is of third parties. That's still, I think, the conversation sort of happens down the road. It's come up a few times. But I think there are different ways that those two things can interact. And then the other reason why it's important to think of it that way is that the work of CCGI, including scaling to all of the different elementary, high schools, in California, as a way to have more consistent moving of the dual enrollment credits from the high school into college happens largely on, almost entirely on the K-12 side of things. And so between those two platforms working together, the idea is that if there is enough overlap and support from our office for both of those strategies, that the experience going from high school and then also into post-secondary experience improves. So that's generally the way my understanding of the strategy works. I guess the best way I would describe it is they are two separate strategies, but very closely connected. So there is probably a lot more to that I could have shared about sort of give that to the team, see if there's anything that I missed. A lot of detail there, trying to keep it at the level that is.
Thank you, Mr. Astria.
Very welcome.
There may be more thoughts, and not to continue to encourage, to email me, but.
They could all one email, right?
Yeah, sure thing. It is 3 o'clock, so we have 30 minutes between here and when we hope to adjourn. So Ryan, I'd like to thank you for your presentation here today. And I'd like to pivot to our next agenda item and present another external presenter. We have Jessica Moldock. She is one of our governing board members. As a reminder, in our future agenda items, a member had requested a presentation from the California Student Aid Commission. And so Jessica Moldock, member Moldock, is here with us today to provide this presentation. So what I'm going to do, Jessica, to voice this over in real time, is I'm going to unmute you and we'll be able to hear you, but then I'm going to stop talking. So there's no echo, okay?
Okay. All right, so I'm good to go. I hope so. Okay.
You're good to go.
Okay, great. Thank you. Yeah, so thank you all for having me here today. I am, I don't know if I can say excited, but happy to share with you some of the changes that we're seeing now in what I've just labeled as the better FAFSA era. Basically, given there were a few bills on the federal side that really revamped the FAFSA. FAFSA simplification has been something that people have been talking about for decades, seemingly, and it's finally happened, and it's been quite the journey for all of us. So let's get into it. So next slide. So first of all, I wanted to kind of just do an overview of what data we as CSAC currently provide to Cradle-to-Career, so you get kind of a sense of what financial aid data is available. So we provide students who are eligible, awarded, and paid any state financial aid since 2009. Also, what institution they were paid at, what their payment amount was. And then there's some FAFSA data, such as their dependency status. So whether or not they're a dependent versus independent student, which basically means that whether or not they need to have their parents complete information on the FAFSA. Usually dependency is age driven, or it can also be like if you're married or you have your own dependents that you support, various kind of things like that. Also EFC, expected family contribution. This is the number that pops out once you complete the FAFSA. Starting in 24-25 with the better FAFSA, it is now being called the Student Aid Index. Something that's different this is that it will now be able to go negative. Before, the lowest EFC could receive is a 0. Now it can be negative 1,500, which reflects students who have costs above and beyond the stated cost of attendance, because basically a student cannot be awarded more than the difference, or at least need-based aid, more than the difference of the cost of attendance and their expected family contribution in the past. So this basically allows to be awarded over the cost of attendance. And then other data points is income, whatever the total income is reported on the FAFSA. And also this should be saying parent education level. So parent education level, so basically whether or not they're a first generation student, whereas their parent has any kind of college education. And then we also provide some demographics, gender, homelessness status, military status. Next slide. So the A programs that we provide information for are the Cal Grant program, A, B, and C, which has the add-ons of students with dependent children and foster youth access. Also our middle class scholarship, Chafee, Golden State Teacher, Learning Allied Employment. Next slide. And then a whole bunch of these little programs. So the California Military Department, Law Enforcement, JR Justice, Gear Up, the Golden State Education Training Grant, Apple, Snapple. The last 3 of these programs, possibly the last 4, I have to look it up, have actually been phased out. But since we are going back to 2009, we had to look at any program that we've awarded since then, even if it has since sunsetted, because the funding basically was dried up for them. Okay, next slide. Changes to FAFSA data. So what does better FAFSA mean? So first of all, just to put out there that any students who are using the California DREAM Act application, their data is unaffected by these changes because, of course, it's our application that we create in-house at CSAC. So the different limitations that I'm going to go over with FAFSA data does not exist. However, we are limited in sharing the data to Cradle-to-Career because we don't want to inadvertently identify a student by having this data that would only be available for a DREAM Act student and not a FAFSA student. Something that we're always conscious of is the need to protect students in the vulnerable status of being undocumented. So we don't want to accidentally share anything that could possibly be used to identify them as a DREAM Act student versus a FAFSA student. So in terms of what's actually changing, so some of these changes actually started in the 23-24 aid year, so the current year, basically as kind of a small step towards better FAFSA. Some of the things they wanted to change in the application for 24-25 were already implemented, namely gender and race ethnicity. So gender has been on the FAFSA for a very long time. Race ethnicity is a new add-on. But these data elements are actually kind of in like a separate category. I think it's kind of exists as like a post-FAFSA, like optional survey kind of thing, like if you're doing like a job application. But what it means is that even though the FAFSA does ask for this information, we as the state and other like higher ed institutions will not be receiving this data. So as a result, we are no longer getting gender data from the FAFSA. So thus, this will be something that we'll be omitting on our file, and we won't be receiving race ethnicity. So even though it is asked on the FAFSA, we will not be able to share that with Cradle-to-Career because it's not something that we're receiving. We, of course, have expressed interest to the Federal Student Aid Office in wanting to receive this data, especially when it comes to outreach for equity reasons. But there hasn't been a lot of traction, especially now that more urgent issues have come to light as we've learned more about the Better FAFSA. And that major issue is the limited use of FTI data. So federal tax information data. So part of what makes the FAFSA better is that it is reducing human error. So rather than relying on a student or their parent to manually enter in information from their tax return, or potentially try to use the import process, which works if you have kind of a normal tax situation. Basically, the Futures Act sets up the FAFSA as like a everyone opts in kind of thing. Like you have to, rather than it before, like it was a voluntary importing of data, like for your convenience from the IRS. Now you must consent to the data sharing between FSA and the IRS in order to even be eligible for aid. So this is great in the sense of like it's reducing human error. And actually, if you look at all the different changes to the FAFSA, you can see in many areas where they're really trying to eliminate questions that are prone to human error. So it's always kind of good to think about like, why did FSA do this? It's because they did want to kind of reduce this things that they can get in other ways and like verified sources. The problem is that the data coming from the IRS is very protected to the extent that, especially for disclosure reasons. So I have here limited use of FTI data. What this means is that the data coming from the IRS can only be used for the administration of financial aid, even in the aggregate. So this means that we can't even like report on this data for like the usual reporting we do. We certainly could not share it at an individual level. Basically, if it's not being used to evaluate someone's eligibility for a financial aid program, it shouldn't be shown at all. It's not even supposed to be shown to the student. We've had to go through our own web grant system that's a student-facing and institution-facing system and block out every space where this data would be shown because we can't even disclose it back to the student who actually it is their data. The disclosure rules are so tight on it. So next slide. So what is this data? Apologies for the tiny text. I think I tried to make this a double column, but it clearly did not work out. But this is the list from FSA main announcement. It's kind of linked down below the FSA General 2334. It's basically one of their Dear Colleague letters where they designated all the fields that are going to be labeled as FTI on the ICER and thus the ones that are coming under this. It's a whole bunch of tax stuff, but for the purposes, for our purposes, what is really called out is adjusted gross income and even the number of exemptions and dependents. What these two data points turn into is income and number in household, which is very relevant for us because actually we do a lot of reporting. So if you go to the next slide. So what does this mean? So it means that for CSEX data sharing to Cradle-to-Career, as I said, we don't have gender starting in 23-24. That is continuing until further notice. Also, we won't be able to share income because the income variable is coming from that FTI data and we cannot redisclose it. However, we can redisclose any information that is derived from FTI and thus why we can still share SAI in place of the EFC. Also for our own public reporting, for our own dashboards and reports, like I said, like AGI income is included, household size via the number of exemptions, dependents is included. So we cannot share this in aggregate. So we have a number of reports where we report on income bands, average income, household sizes of our award recipients, none of that will be reportable. We won't be able to use it for research. It's just non-disclosable. However, we will still continue to share information on award amounts, GPAs, asset information. It's interesting, the asset information, of course, is not coming from the IRS. So even though it's FAFSA, financial data from the FAFSA, because it's not coming from the IRS, it doesn't have the same level of protection as the income data does because it is coming from that source. I also want to note that another one of our big public dashboards is the Race to Submit, where high schools can track the completion status of their students. Currently, the Race to Submit dashboard reports on both submitted and completed. However, given that if FAFSA cannot be submitted or processed without the consent coming from both the student and their contributors, aka their parents or like their guardians or else even their spouse, whoever needs to complete the FAFSA in addition, if they don't provide that consent, then the application will never be complete. It won't calculate an SAI, etc. And we won't necessarily get that information. So we used to be able to get a fair number of FAFSAs that were kind of in this sort of limbo, like partially complete status. But for now, it's either going to be complete or it's going to be basically rejected, which means that it's kind of missing like a key component, but it was still kind of submitted. So like our ability to really distinguish between someone who started a FAFSA and just didn't complete it for many different technical reasons this year, and someone who hasn't started at all is going to be pretty minimal. So we're still waiting. Actually, another big issue with this year's FAFSA is that we're very delayed. Usually we start receiving ICER information and schools start receiving ICERs in October, but we have only just started to receive our ICERs last week, and it is not October. So we are not yet sure the full extent of our ability to like what the impacts are going to be for this like submitted versus completed status. But it's certainly something that we're monitoring and we'll be able to kind of unpack more as we get more of the data. But that is, I think, my last slide. Yes.
Okay. Hi, Member Moldock. So it's a little unconventional in this room. What I want to just voice over is this next part of the process. So if possible, I'd like to keep you on the line and I'd like to open it up for member questions and comments. But we can't do the one-to-one interaction. So what I'm going to survey from members of the dais here and remotely is, do we have member questions? We maybe have like 4 max that we could tee up for Member Moldock. I see Member Juditas' hand is raised. And I see Member Navarro's hand is raised, and I see Member Montes' hand is raised. Okay, so we have 3 questions. Member Moldock, if it's okay with you, what we're gonna do is we're gonna have them one by one, ask the question or make the comment, and then I'm going to put us on, we'll go on mute, and then you can come off mute and answer. Does that work? Thumbs up.
Okay.
I get a head shake. Fabulous. Okay, Member Juditas, please.
Member Moldock, thank you so much for your presentation and for all the great information. I wanted to ask about the California DREAM Act data. Certainly, we are all wanting to ensure that no student is put at risk, but wondering about non-personally identifiable information that would allow us to have a better sense of completion numbers and award rates, FAFSA versus DREAM. So is there a way that you think that we could be able to sort of nip that in the middle?
Okay, question 1. Question 2, we'll just go down the line, please.
Yeah, question, it might be for Member Moldock or for the office. Member Moldock here. Question is, for the data points that CSAC will no longer be transmitting, are there other sources where Cradle-to-Career will be getting some of those data points, such as gender, income, and I think there was a third one.
Okay, thank you. Question 3, Member Navarro.
Member Navarez, I'm not sure if Member Moldock can speak to this, but in relationship to California Student Commission data that's shared with California Colleges .edu. I just think that if she can, it might be relevant to show how this is multiple impacts on our systems.
Okay, what I'm going to do now, we have the 3 questions, and then Member Moldock, I'm going to amplify your voice. 1 moment, please. and then I'm gonna stop talking.
Okay, ready? Okay, so first, for the CADA data, so I think the limitation is actually just submitting it to, and this is actually something that's kind of like a continued conversation with our legal counsel, because it's something that comes up in it with basically every time that we talk with a researcher who wants to do research on these students. So we at CSAC, we can still produce like aggregate data. We could still show like paid rates. And I think there has been a lot of talk internally about creating kind of like CADA dashboards that really show like the paid rates for these students they're awarding. Like some of my team members are even trying to unpack like from the CADA to payment, like what are the different drop-off points so we can kind of see what that looks like for students. I think the issue about submitting the data to Cradle-to-Career is that Cradle-to-Career is not just an aggregate, it's also a research data set potentially. So I think the issue about identifying the students, I think even Cradle-to-Career has kind of expressed this too, that they don't want to necessarily know which students are which, because that is, yeah, because the data isn't existing just in aggregate. So like we certainly feel fine producing the data in aggregate because it would be non-identifiable, but I think it's just the nature of which the data goes to Cradle-to-Career in an identifiable state. And as student level data rather than just aggregates, I think is why we're not able to probably provide that at this time. But I do recognize that we can certainly provide that data as CSAC because we're able to analyze it and provide the aggregates in-house. So question number 2 on the data points. So I know that gender is coming from other places. In fact, we're even getting it from CDE instead as a supplement. So that's what I would say is that the data should primarily be coming from CDE and other, probably the different segments. So I don't think that's a problem. Income, however, is probably an issue because I don't know offhand. I'd have to look at the data provider chart, but I think I don't think there is really another provider of income, at least going into school. Of course, we'll be getting EDD data for outcome data eventually for income. But in terms of like going into it, I don't think so. And again, like the SII, it is something like it's not going to be a great approximate, of course. Like I always get the question of like, oh, like when you talk about like this EFC, like what kind of income does that like translate to? It's like it's not a one-to-one translation. So I can say like, yes, there will still be SAI. No, it's not a great proxy for income, but it is a proxy for income. So as far as I know, that's kind of all there is at this point. And of course, like I said, also with the gender and race ethnicity blockages for data, we've also expressed, not just California, but like all sorts of states have expressed the desire to have this data be reportable, at least, because we do want to analyze the equity impacts of our programs. And income is a pretty big variable in terms of determining equity. And then number 3 for CCGI. So that's really our conversations with them have been a lot about the definitions of the submitted versus completed ICER. So that is going to be, I think, the major changes of the data that we're sharing with them. Just the fact that we won't be able to have that like as much information about partially completed ICERs as we've had in the past. But I think the other data elements are pretty much the same. I don't think we've been sharing any of that kind of like income level data with CCGI. I think it's simply been an indicator of whether or not the student has submitted or completed a FAFSA or CADA.
Thank you so much, Member Mulbach. We appreciate your time and being with us here today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This is Mary Ann Bates, just to answer from the office perspective, some of the questions which Member Malbuck already mentioned. So just to confirm, yes, during the planning process, there was a specific decision to avoid having the data system ingest any data that could reveal the documentation status of individuals. So that speaks to Member Malbuck's point that CSAC could provide that aggregated information, but we're not ingesting information from them that would reveal that information status. And also to confirm what Member Malbuck just said on income, we do not have a data sharing relationship with the franchise tax board or the IRS. So we do not, other than the quarterly base wage file that we get from EDD, which would reflect what an individual is earning if they have a job in high school or if they have a job in college, that could be picked up by it. But the family income piece that Member Malbuck was describing, we do not have an alternative source for that I can.
So if there are more questions or comments, again, happy to be a filter and happy to uplift those. Member Malbuck, if there's more questions to come through, I'm happy to share with you offline. Thank you so much. Okay, so what I'd like to do now is turn our attention to agenda item 17, which is general public comment. I'd like to remind folks that we did open it up for general public comment right before lunch, but we'll do so again right now. I'm not seeing any folks that want to comment with us here in Sacramento, so we'll turn to Zoom. If there's anybody that would like to comment on this agenda item, please feel free to raise your hand at this time. I'm not seeing any hands raised, but I'll give it another moment. Seeing no hands raised, we can close public comment. So agenda item 18. What I'd like to talk about right now is future agenda items. So our executive director very nicely planted the seed that we do probably have a pretty packed agenda for our next meeting, which is July 10. However, should there be things that we want to hear in the fall meeting, or if there's updates that you'd like, feel free to plant those seeds now and have future agenda items. So I'll turn to members for your thoughts.
Member Rodriguez, I don't have an agenda item. I'm just wondering how long it will be before we have a spring meeting date to get it on our calendar so we don't look over it.
Yes, that is a great question. I believe that we decided on meeting dates in the summer last year. Okay, so I'm happy to get those ready for folks come July 10th.
Perfect, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Sure. Just a quick question, are we expected for the July joint meeting to be here from like 10 to 3:30, just block the whole day?
Yeah, I think it's a great idea.
Okay. I know it should be, but this meeting you specifically said, do not plan on leaving before 3:30.
Yes.
Okay.
I think at this point, there's plenty of content in front of us.
Okay.
And y'all have plenty to opine on.
Okay.
So good.
Okay.
Fabulous. Thank you so much. Member Curry Nunez.
Member Cradle Nunez, I am the current liaison backup for this advisory board, and since I come out this year, it may make sense at the fall meeting if it requires an agenda item to identify the new liaison.
On the nose, at the fall meeting, we will establish our new folks. So maybe Member Gottlieb might be off the hook and present yourself as well. Thank you. Yes, liaisons. Thank you. Member Gottlieb, please.
Happy to do whatever you want. But for topics for fall, because we'll be at a near final or final, I forget the timeline of the career map, the master plan for career education. And because I am a little bit concerned about the maybe lack of systemic integration in that plan with other government offices, I would love to hear a little bit more about that, how we can support TPC within that environment.
Thank you. Member Curry Nunez?
I just have another agenda item idea for P16 collaborative update. just because they're supposed to be interacting with C2C, to know to what extent they are, and that's what we're doing.
Wonderful, thank you. And I saw a member Monkeys hand.
Yeah, maybe revisiting and opportunity to be able to spend a little more time with the communications time. It felt like a little rush day.
Thank you.
Anything with the communication plan, I like to already on like the calendar. So that way, we don't have somebody saying like, well, I'm the same thing.
Okay. So helpful to maybe see the like 2025 view.
Then when asked if there's something, oh, there's like a year and I just have to take, so. It'd be a good point.
And not an agenda item, but just following on what Jackie shared, I brought it up in the call, it would be nice to have both the sort of requests for agenda items be something that folks will go along in ahead of it, so we see what else you want to maybe add to. And similarly, and I encourage from colleagues, and I'm certainly, I don't know, we're happy to help initiate it, but it would be good to have what we are doing to do outreach on also be documented in the form. So I think when the first thing that happened when I was being onboarded, and I asked the question of who has reached out to who, so I can find out who I need to reach out to, and there was nothing in the document. So, we do these in verbally and passing, but it would be nice to have a document way. So next year, 2 years from now, when we're all gone, some of us are still around, but we can actually see what's been done and who took who. So we can keep partnering with this.
Wonderful. So thank you. It's 3:29. So what I'd like to do right now is open it up to the public. So if nobody here in Sacramento, if there's any folks on the line that'd like to make a comment on this agenda item, please feel free to raise your hand. Seeing no hands raised at this time, we will close public comment. And I am happy to adjourn the meeting here at 3:29 p.m. Thank you so much, folks.
Thank you.